Hello. Hello, chat. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. I put that there. Boop. Welcome, welcome. We'll be heading over to the autism panel shortly. How are you all doing today? Hello, my sweet, beautiful, darling honey buns. Abby, I've told you not to call me that in public. Hello, Carly. Hello, Zaya. Hello, Sit Down. Hello, Seribot. Alex, welcome. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. Yes, we'll be heading over to the panel shortly. Just wanted to welcome everybody. Today we'll be talking to 4 members of the community about their lives with autism. Let me pause the music there. I hope you're all doing well. Lots of things may break today. As you can already see, my blue lights, they resurrected themselves last night. And I was like, oh, good. Oh, wonderful. The lights are working. And guess what happened? They broke again. So that's amazing. Right. Let's head across. Lots of things are definitely going to break. I'm pretty certain of that. Let me unmute myself or undeafen myself. And then I may need to go here and go here. Oh, that might be working. Is there anybody out there that can hear my voice out in Discord land?
I hear you.
Indeed.
Beautiful. Okay. I don't want to alarm anybody, but it seems to be working. So far,
Yay.
it seems to be working. So people's voices will be appearing up there. As you can see, that's me. Chat will be appearing down there. People are going to be appearing over there. And we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure if people are using camera today, but some people may be quite small like that. So I can click on them and they'll become big. But yeah, today is very much a test run in so many different ways. I already know about 50 things I'd like to change before the next one. Nomalina, thank you so very much for creating the wonderful poster that we have been using. It was so good. I thought to myself, I'm going to take some bits and kind of put it there and there. But thank you again for creating it. It is very beautiful. So yes, welcome everybody. Today we're going to be asking the big questions. What is autism? When is autism? Who is autism and why?
How is autism?
People in chat, can you hear the people in Discord? Oh, like I'm going to bump them up anyway. But let me know if you can, if they're like a good volume. I might just give them a bit of a boost in Discord. And we'll see how we go.
Do you want to run a test? How is this?
Good, I think. We'll see what chat says. We can hear. Gibbsy, Selena, welcome in. Okay, sounds good. Chat, please do not hesitate at any given moment to say this person's too quiet, this person's too loud. We have the technology to fix this. So yes, today I'm joined by the lovely Anomalina, who is a streamer. I'm joined by LPS, who is a streamer. I'm joined by Zaya, who is a streamer. They're currently on hiatus. And we're joined by Heather as well, who's not a streamer currently. You never know. You never know what the future may bring. But if you like any voices, if you like any opinions, if you feel like you connect with anybody, I've put everybody's names in the title of today's stream. So you can click on them, then you can follow them. It's as simple as that, okay? So what I thought we would do to begin with is if anybody wants to volunteer to go first, we might talk to each person individually, get to know them, talk about their, I guess, everyday life, what they do in their everyday life, and then maybe talk about how autism kind of, I guess, you know, or they can take any way that they want to go. I am just, I guess, I'm leading the panel today. I'll be asking questions. You're not really going to hear my voice today, other than now, at the beginning, with the whole intro bit. but they're going to be leading it and taking it in any direction that they would like to. There is a link pinned in chat if you would like to anonymously submit questions. I don't think too many things will be out of bounds, but we'll see. But yeah, if you want to ask any questions, the link is there. I think they might ask each other questions as well. But yeah, let's get it up and running. Would anybody like to go first and literally just take in any direction you want to take it? You're in control here. So
I will be right back. Give me 1 sec.
okay,
Sorry.
okay, no worries. Ms,
Okay,
welcome in.
I'll go. I'll
Okay.
start by I'll turn on my camera
Okay.
because I did set all that up. So hopefully.
Okay. Now,
So
Anomalina,
maybe
do you
move
feel better
everything.
like that, or would you feel better if I did like that, or is that how do you feel? I can obviously like tweak the box to like make it kind of better. How do
Totally
you
up to
feel?
you, dude. I don't mind, either way works. So so yeah. Hi everyone. I'm Anomalina. As Platter said, I am a streamer. Also I do video game stuff, voice acting things, and I'm stupid online primarily. And I've been invited to this panel today because I am someone who has been diagnosed with autism. I was diagnosed 10 years ago, almost. It's almost to the day, I think. So, and it has been an enlightening experience finding that out, especially in the last couple of years when I actually started properly looking into it. Don't know if anyone else wanted to go, or if you want me to expound on anything.
I can go next.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Heather. I just got diagnosed recently in September, October time. I remember there being a question about like what level of autism that you are, and I was diagnosed level 1 autism with like limited support, I think they said, and also ADHD. I guess how I started wondering if I was I mean, I always knew I was different. Like I never fit in with my peers. I was always kind of like an audience member. Um, I like in school with the group of friends, I would just kind of be the extra person there, and everybody else would be playing and whatever, and I'd just be there. And I'd play too, but just more like quietly reserved. So I always knew I was different. And then recently, just with, I was having a lot of trouble with just managing everything at home with responsibilities as an adult. So keeping up with the chores and all the bills and work and everything. And I told my PCP, I said, and I'm like forgetting things. And I told her, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I need help. And we originally were looking into ADHD. And when I went for my ADHD eval, I asked the evaluator, I said, will you be able to pick up on something that I don't realize? And he's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, I mean, I've always been different and autism runs in my family. I just even want to rule out autism because I want to know exactly how my brain works. And then I can set up like my house and my work and everything just for, what my diagnosis is. So I did a separate thing for the autism. And I didn't even know if I had it because I'm really high masking. So I just thought that I was quirky. But when I did the eval, it was really, really amazing. And with my result, he actually told me that I exhibit more autistic than ADHD. Like I still have ADHD, but more autism related. So now that I know exactly what my diagnosis is, I've set up my house a lot easier, taking more breaks between tasks, and it's just helped me a lot. So that's kind of my background with it.
That's really amazing to hear. The idea of setting up your house as well. Could you expand on that? Or could you give us maybe some examples of that? Because
Yeah.
that caught my attention for sure.
Yeah, so one of the big things that I did was I put everything where I use it. So I don't wander away with the ADHD. So like my knives are right where my cutting boards are. So like my spices are right where I cook. So I don't have to like go back and forth. Cause if I go get something, I tend to forget what I'm doing and then I'll go off and do something else. So that's a big thing, is just kind of setting everything up where I use it. I guess these things are more for like ADHD, I guess, not so much the autism, because autism for me is more of like the social things, rigid scheduling, that kind of thing. So I guess these house tips are more for like my ADHD. But like leaving, I have a laundry room light because I'd always forget washing in the washing machine. So I have like a laundry room light that I leave on that I never use ever. So when I see that light on, I'm like, oh, I got a washing in the washer. So I know to switch it if I see it. I'll have to think more about how like autism things I've said. Mainly at home with autism, it's pausing between tasks, because switching between tasks is a big thing for me. So I'll do one task and then I'll take a little break, and then I'll do another task, then take a little break, because I need that like decompression time between tasks to mentally close the first task and then think about the next task. I guess that would be the biggest thing.
Abby says, that's genius. I always forget I have laundry in the washer. Nice. I think LPS has dipped for a while. Zaya is taking care of one of the kids at the moment.
I am here.
Oh,
I
hi,
can
Zaya.
join
Hi,
in.
hi, hi. Would you like to take a turn now?
Hop on. Yeah. Let me just grab my camera here real quick. There we go. You'll be able to see my little assistant that I have with me. So I'm Vix. I also go by Zarya online. I was diagnosed very recently, being last week, but I've known that I am autistic for a very long time. But it's interesting, when it was first brought up to me, someone who is here in the chat actually was the first person that brought it up to me. My chosen sibling, their daughter got diagnosed with autism, and she presents a lot of the same symptoms or same traits that I do. And when they mentioned it to me, I was like, autism, me? No, that doesn't make any sense. I know what I have, is what I was thinking. And then over the time that I was researching more in order to support my niece, the more I realized I actually do fit into these categories. So it's been many years of trying to work with my psychiatrists, my family doctor, my mental health team. They were very reluctant. He's a little upset. Sorry about that. I think I might have to continue on after I feed him a little bit more. But it's been a journey, and I am very excited to talk more and answer more questions in general, or in specifics, because I have easier time answering in specifics than vague general concepts.
Absolute same. I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Hello, LPS. How are you today?
Hello, I'm good. I finally found the camera.
Ta-da.
What were we discussing? Sorry, my
I think
bad.
everybody's just kind of introducing themselves at the moment.
Introductions.
Ah, right. Well, seeing as I'm here now, I guess I'll go next if everyone's all right with that.
Go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm 25. I got diagnosed around about the age of maybe 10, maybe 9-ish. So I was diagnosed pretty young. Reason why I got diagnosed in the first place was because I've got a older brother who's about 5 years older than me. And so my parents sort of had a reference point of, ooh, she's acting a little bit differently compared to what he used to do when he was young. Like, I was developing a lot slower than he was. Like, I wasn't hitting as many milestones as what he was. Oh, my camera's buggered. Great. Off camera. So we ended up basically getting myself diagnosed just because we had a reference point to begin with. So from then on, it just got better from that point onwards. Like, they knew, like, I was developing my own version of language, like, like Simlish. So yeah, that's basically my history.
Very cool. Okay. Does anybody, any of the panelists, do you have a question that you'd like to ask your fellow panelists as a little jumping off point? Now that we've all kind of introduced you've all introduced yourselves, maybe that'll send us down a little path of discussion.
I have one.
Okay.
Just was wondering how your autism has helped you in life or work or whatever.
Great question.
It's funny, isn't it? Because the problem with a lot of the talks you see online, it's about deficits when it comes to autism. It's you talking about the things it takes away or the things that it makes difficult. But you're talking about like the benefits, right?
Correct.
So,
yeah.
Which I think is something that a lot of the autistic community could learn from trying to say more publicly more often. I think in my case, well, I wasn't diagnosed until I was 29. And that was because I had a breakdown, basically. I ended up in therapy, and this woman was like, "You're like my son." And she sent me to go and get my stuff done. The things that I think have made it harder for people to notice specifically is because of how useful I become in the workplace, because of how the word I use is fastidious, but I guess other people would call it perfectionistic or meticulous or something like that. I am very focused on getting something done and getting it done right. I might not be the fastest of your co-workers, as it were, but I will make sure that I get every single bit of information I need for the thing so I can do it properly and do it properly every time, repeatably. And I think that's definitely something that I see a lot in autistic people, is that they like to A, have clarity on things, and B, that we try to make sure that we don't get stuff wrong, which means that we're usually really good educators in the long run. I've trained up a good many people in my years in warehousing and in customer service, and I've been able to use my the knowledge that I just hold on to. I don't seem to be able to get rid of information. I just keep it. It just stays there even when it's not useful, because it might be useful someday. You know, kind of like how uncles always have that one block of wood that one day they'll find a use for it, and they've had it for 40 years, and then one day it actually is useful. It's like that. I find that's one of my particular traits, that I'm able to sort of recall information quite easily and relay it in a way that is understandable to the person that's asking, and that I just get shit done properly.
If I could jump in here.
Yeah.
I found that very similar to Anomalina, in work settings, I tend to be quite perfectionistic. And I would say it's not quite perfectionism, but more efficacy. I'm looking for the most efficient route or way of getting something done. And I will come up with some kind of a system that gets that thing done. And then Other people are like, whoa, how did you even come up with this? And I'm like, I don't know, my brain just, it does. One of the really neat benefits that I don't know if this is something across the spectrum, but for me, where I'm at in the spectrum, I have very intense memory. I have a very good long and short-term memory. I have terrible working memory, which is responsible for in the moment. But my long and short-term memory are really great. So just like Onamalina said, I can remember random things from the randomest time and like names and hear like random facts and things that just randomly come up as useful. The other interesting thing is now that I'm a parent, I've really realized that as much as being an autistic parent is extremely different or extremely difficult and different, it's also like having the sensitivities that I have helps me to be more aware of what my children are going through, and being sensitive and like having the differences that I have, I tend to be more on top of what my kids are dealing with. I tend to pick up on what they're going through easier than what I see some other parents. The other thing is that that sensitivity and that desire for justice has also really helped in terms of connecting with other people who are like myself, like this whole community plat. I don't know if I would even be here if it weren't for that desire of a safe place and a desire for justice and human rights and things like that. So one of the benefits to being sensitive and autistic is that I do see the world differently, and that's not always a bad thing. The perspective that we have might be completely different than somebody else, but sometimes that's what we need is different perspectives. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with both of you. Anomalina, I've been really, perfectionistic and, with my job, and same thing, Zaria, with the efficiency. I've done things at my job same way. Um, One of my traits that I really like about my I guess example of autism is I I it's kind of hard to explain. I give everybody all of the information that they need to make a decision. Because I feel like I want like all of the information. So I work in healthcare, and if there's a patient that needs something specific in particular to improve their health, then I don't just tell them like one little thing to help. I tell them everything to. And I've gotten so many compliments from patients of just how thoroughly I explain everything. And I know that that's a trait of my autism, is because I like having all the information, because you don't know what you don't know. And so I just try to help patients as much as I can to give them every bit of information that I can. So I think that would be my example in particular.
LPS, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, so I haven't entered the world of work yet. I'm currently looking for work. So if anybody wants a game developer, let me know, because I am available. I do a lot of more artwork stuff than I do programming.
I will give you great references, LPS.
Oh, I haven't entered the world of work yet, so I don't know how my brain would react with that world yet. However, in college, my brain tends to somehow find itself project leader a lot of the time, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because when you have such a strong sense of perfection, it kind of limits you from time to time, because you worry about the finer details to the point where it's sort of suffocating at a point. But we're supposed to be talking about good things, aren't we? The good thing about my autism in particular is I'm able to just be genuine. Like I don't mess around with the human bullshit of things like small talk and like, oh, how are you? How are you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. We're all doing shit. The world's on fire.
last night.
Yeah, the world's on fire. Everyone's miserable. So you might as well just own it. You know, you might just well own the space. Yeah, you know, I'm okay. I could be doing better. I could be doing worse. Like, I think without autism, it gets rid of the social filter. Sometimes it's useful. Sometimes it's not. And it's the times when it's not that it just feels the most freeing to me personally, because
Yes.
like you don't have to be restricted or chained by a societal expectation. You can just literally be yourself. It's like being on what I imagine being on drugs is like. You know, just like freeing. But that's basically I think my favorite thing about the autism. It's just easier to navigate the world of BS.
I think this question might fit in really nicely with the current discussion. Chels in the chat says, I struggle with keeping a job because the mask doesn't stay on. How do you manage to keep a job long term? My anxiety makes it impossible.
I guess I can add something to this. So I've been in the working world since I was 16 years old, and this year I left it. And that was because I was finding it harder and harder and harder every year to maintain what we're calling the mask. So for anyone in chat who doesn't know what we're talking about when we say masking, is it's basically, it's almost exactly how it sounds. It's like we put on a personality that is expected by the people that are in front of us. Not everybody does this. Some people are actually fully incapable of masking, and they're the kind of people that you usually would be able to point out and be like, that's autism, because it would be how they make it look on TV a lot of the time. Masking is when somebody is covering something up as a coping mechanism, and that's why after a long time you can't keep doing it, because it's actually hurting you to do so. For me, that break came like several times actually. Like I mentioned briefly, I had a breakdown when I was about 20, yeah, it would have been 28 or something like that. I had a breakdown, but we now know that that was autistic meltdown. But I didn't know that at the time. I just thought I was going crazy because I was tired all the time. I was upset all the time. I couldn't manage my emotions. Work was difficult. Communicating was difficult. And so I'm actually going through the process right now of resetting, essentially, to, I don't know, to sort of put things back the way it's meant to be, to get the rest that I actually required and to get the help that I actually need. I find if you're having trouble staying in the working world, the highest chance is the reason for that is that you're not listening to your body, you're not listening to your mind, and you're trying to, what I call, behave. Essentially, you're putting on the mask every day, which eventually will crack. And the only way to stop doing that is to start actually seeking the help that you require, or start thinking about your limitation. And I know limitation sounds like a bad thing, but it's not, because once you know what your boundaries are, you can start figuring out how to have a better balance of things. In my case, I needed to leave work entirely and go on to the benefit system. And I'm sure we'll talk about that in varying degrees. But it's important to start listening to those signs and start looking for the things that do make you feel better, so that you can better figure out what it is you need to do. Maybe you need to take walks more often. Maybe you need to go and have a nice long bath at the end of every day. Maybe it is that you need to go into therapy, or simply don't work as much. Just go part-time or something. Find other people to help you with other tasks. Like, if you're a parent, for example, like pass the kids on to someone else for a day here and there, that kind of thing. it's about finding what is the right balance for you, because it's different for everybody. I'm sorry, I went on a bit of a diatribe there, but it's autistic burnout is a specific thing that I'm going through at the moment. So I like to make sure I'm really public about it so people know like the process that it can be.
It's all very helpful, super helpful. Does anybody else have a comment on that?
I do.
Go ahead, Heather.
So in my experience, I guess I'll just talk about my experience. Since I was just diagnosed, I've slowly been letting my mask slip over time as I've been feeling more comfortable. So like one of the big things that I do myself, ever since I was a kid, I rock in my chair. Like I'm always rocking in my chair. And it's not like a significant, but it's just like a motion that I just am always rocking in my chair. But I tend to do that more at work. I don't engage in social things at work. Like if, coworkers are doing small talk, I don't feel pressured to do that. If I have something to say, I will, but I don't feel pressured to do that. Um, I just kind of keep to myself to decompress because I'm talking to patients all day long, and that social tax is so heavy at the end of the day that don't I don't speak more than I have to because it's very taxing on me. And there's some days where if I have a really intense day at work, my brain just feels like it's buzzing whenever I'm driving home, and I'll just drive home with silence because I can't take any more like stimuli coming into my brain. So
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is just slowly let the mask fall as you feel comfortable and as you feel safe.
Yeah.
Zaya?
I would agree with that. I just want to share again from my experience. I have tried so many different jobs, so many different fields, and it feels like in my adult life, I've just been continuing to try to work and nothing seems to work out until recently, when I became the executive director of an inclusive play center. So literally everybody on the team is also neurodivergent. Everybody that I'm working with is neurodivergent. The clients are mostly neurodivergent. So it really helps working in an environment that is neurodivergent primarily, because we can make things friendly for us. We can do things in a way that makes sense to our brains, and we don't have to explain it to anybody. We all understand that we're all neurodivergent and we need these things. And when issues come up, we all have the understanding that we're all autistic. We all have different needs. We're all neurodivergent, and we understand those things with each other. So whenever conflicts or issues come up, it's easier to work with each other when we have that understanding that we're all neurodiverse and we have needs and things like that. So in my opinion, I think it's important to find an environment that is neurodivergent friendly, that you don't have to mask in, because like we've been talking, that mask can be detrimental to your health, to your well-being.
Yeah.
I know that in the future, a fibromyalgia panel is going to be happening. But one of the things that's very common for autistic people is to develop fibromyalgia because of how hard we're trying to mask and how much we're putting our nervous systems through, that our nervous system literally breaks physically. And we get all these other issues because we're masking so much. So my recommendation is find a workplace that you don't have to mask as much. And I know that's very difficult.
Yeah, and having if you can, it's really difficult too, but having a really understanding boss makes a huge difference. When I've been working with my boss for I think like 4 or 5 years now, and I told him that I was recently diagnosed, and he's unbelievable. Like I've never had a better boss. I'm so fortunate, but I didn't ask for any accommodations, and he helped me without even asking, because he understood what I was going through, and like living my whole life undiagnosed, and so it also helps to have a good support system too.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, having the understanding boss is super helpful. But I will sort of point out to anyone from the UK. I know this is a primarily UK community, but there are people from other countries. In the UK, by law, they have to help you, and it's really important to make sure people are aware in some way, because if they don't know that you're struggling, they can't help you. Right? You're actually harming yourself in the long run by keeping it a secret. And yes, there's going to be the odd employer out there that's scammy and evil, Amazon. Hey, Twitch. There's going to be places where they won't be as accommodating, but there are places that are A, learning and willing to learn, and B, getting up to speed on stuff like this. Like, they're suddenly realizing that their workers do better work when they're having their needs met.
Imagine
and
that.
whatever their needs
Imagine
are. Yeah, crazy.
I mean,
crazy idea.
I mean, needs wise, like you'll probably see me like I'm squishing stuff in my hands. I'm fiddling around with stuff on my desk because
Yeah.
it just helps me concentrate
Yeah.
more. And I think this might be tangentially related to the topic we're talking about now, but one way I've been able to avoid burnout but also get work done is, well, actually two ways. Is number one, go somewhere where there is less distractions. So for me, the computers I've got now, these are for pleasure. These are for game time and YouTube time. So my brain's like, oh, it's time for us to lay back, relax, and shoot some b-ball outside the school. But
What a
but
reference.
if I
What
I
a
understand
reference.
that reference.
thank you. But if I want to do some work, what I tend to do is I tend to go out of the house to somewhere like a library or something, just to do like 2 hours of solid work and writing, because then my brain's like, okay, I've made the effort to go out and change my location, therefore I've got to make the effort, or at least attempt to make an effort. And so it helps kickstart my brain into a different mode.
Yeah, you're switching tasks on
Yeah.
your terms. Yeah.
And then the other way that helps is recently on my own server that I own for just me and a couple of friends, I've gotten myself a body doubling VC, which, for those of you who aren't aware, body doubling is simply being in the presence of someone else who's typically working on something, whether it be writing or actual work or just something that they want to be productive on.
Yeah.
And it's that presence that helps their brain push through the work. I'm not really sure how to explain it better than that.
You feel supported just having somebody there. They're not specifically like, they're not witnessing you, because that is different. I can't, if somebody's watching me do the washing up, I hate it. But if someone's like just someone's in the other room, or like, I do this a lot on my own Discord, is like, I will sit down to do a task and I will just join a VC, and like another friend will do the same, and they'll be doing programming and I'll be doing stuff on OBS because I'm always doing that, or just trying to get some work done, and we all accidentally do it. There's never any like, hey, someone please help. It's literally just we all end up, I think, because my community is accidentally also primarily neurodivergent, mostly ADHD people in my community, and we all end up doing it. We all just hang out in the VC and get loads of work done by accident.
Yeah.
Fun fact, we have a body doubling channel in the Discord because Heather suggested we have a body doubling channel in the
so
Discord.
helpful.
So
Yeah.
So incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
You don't even need to chat. That's the other thing. It's just having someone there. There's something
Yeah,
about it. It's just
exactly.
really helpful.
Yeah. Right. Let me see if I can find another question. Did you find that getting a diagnosis helped put things into perspective regarding your life and autism? One thing I know for next time is that every time I go and read a question, all the cameras disappear. So that's something I can fix for next time. I'm going to make a note of that before I forget.
We were here, now we're not. Ooh.
I would love to answer this question, seeing as I was just diagnosed last week.
Fresh.
And then feel free to everybody else jump in. But for me, having a diagnosis meant a lot because, like I mentioned, I didn't even think I was autistic when I first heard about it. And trying to wrap my head around it and seek support medically and things like that, it was really difficult to navigate without a diagnosis, especially when it came to accommodations and like trying to go to school or work, things like that. And just personally, the diagnosis means so much to me to be validated, just to know that like what I'm dealing with is real, because for my whole life, not being diagnosed as a child, I was made to feel like it's my fault, that I'm just not understanding something. I'm just not doing something I'm supposed to. I'm stupid or whatever it is that I'm not getting, that I'm supposed to be a regular human being. And that having the diagnosis, I literally just like, I was in shock after. The way that I felt after getting my diagnosis actually felt the same way that I found out when my mom died. It was just kind of like a shutdown of emotion. There was just so much happening. And it wasn't because it was a bad thing. It was because so many years of being misunderstood and invalidated and told that I'm just not trying hard enough finally was validated. And the doctor that diagnosed me actually took me seriously and was very knowledgeable in adult autism, especially with individuals who are highly masking. So everything that the doctor was saying and actually like understanding me in itself was such a valuable experience, just to feel like, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not I'm not an alien. This is actually like a thing that people are dealing with. So getting that actual diagnosis was just extremely validating for me personally. And then from a logistical standpoint, it also opens up to supports. So there's not a lot of adult autistic support or adult autism supports out there, but I was just connected with one that was recently created in the last few years that helps autistic parents. And I wouldn't have been able to access that without a formal diagnosis. So that's some ways that having an official diagnosis has helped me. And being new to the official diagnosis, I haven't experienced a whole lot yet going forward. But yeah, that's my experience with that.
It's going to be like a bit of a paradigm shift for you, isn't it? Because when you suddenly get told, oh, you've had this thing since you were born, it puts all of your prior experiences into context in like, wow, how did I not get this before?
Exactly. It was actually really interesting. The doctor said that if my autism was caught at an earlier stage, I maybe wouldn't be dealing with the symptoms of BPD and the symptoms of fibromyalgia and things like that. So it's really interesting how like one thing can affect the other, and having to mask my whole life and not knowing that I was autistic actually caused a lot of other problems too.
It is such an odd experience, isn't it? It is.
It's validating, but you have to mourn all the wasted years of not knowing.
100%.
You go through this, like, for me, it was like I didn't get any support after I was diagnosed, basically, because like you said, there's just nothing for adults and especially nothing for women that are adults, or women presenting people who are adults, because apparently autism disappears when you're 12 or something. I don't know. That seems to be what people seem to believe.
Can you walk? Great, you don't have autism anymore.
Basically,
Congratulations.
yeah, this
Oh,
is
it's gone.
it. It's
gone.
so
It was there, now it's
frustrating.
gone. Yeah.
And then that's kind of what it is like you have this relief, like you're talking about, you get your diagnosis, you're like, finally, answers. I'm not crazy, or maybe I am, but that's not related, it's sort of like on the side. And but then you have the time to stop and think about all the signs that were so clearly there, but nobody bothered to pick them up, or nobody spotted them. And you're like, what the actual fuck? And it does create this sort of this anger. I know I went through a phase of this, just being like, how fucking dare all my teachers never say a word? But then I had to think back on like all the opportunities they would have had. I changed schools so frequently because my mum kept moving house, so none of my teachers knew me. So of course they couldn't see it. They all knew me for less than a year or two. So of course they can't find it. And also nobody's looking for it in girls, especially in the 90s. That was just not happening. That was a purely male thing, back then. And that continues to be an issue today. And yeah, so you do get this sort of like, oh, thank God, but also fucking what a waste. God damn it.
My
But
dad,
at least you can move forward with it.
Yeah, my dad, he keeps saying to me that if he would have had the support I had through school, they would have immediately diagnosed him as autistic.
Yes.
We don't know if he is, but there's strong indications there, because I'm a lot like my dad. So it's like,
since I got diagnosed, like my brother is now going through the process of being diagnosed. We spoke about it last year, and he's doing that now. My mum, as soon as I got diagnosed, we were like, you too. You'll definitely, because your traits are way stronger than mine. And so, but she's not going for a diagnosis, but that's also not necessary. Like just knowing is enough for some people. It's just sometimes having the diagnosis is helpful for the validation side, and also for getting supports in the future.
Question to everybody. Doesn't need to be a long answer, but how much or how badly were you gaslighting yourself before diagnosis?
I genuinely went to a doctor to ask if I could be locked up at one point, because I was certain I was going crazy, like literal crazy. I was really struggling with my mental health, just not being able to like manage any kind of energy, losing all focus, not being able to get anything done outside or inside of work, not deriving any joy from something. I felt like I was unraveling. I would have been like, 27, 28 at that point. And just nothing was going right, and I couldn't figure it out. And I was like, I think I want to be sectioned. And that was primarily because I wanted to make sure, A, I was safe, B, someone else was safe, and C, that someone could look at it to just say, am I? I wanted someone to find out for me. And then, I got the diagnosis, and it was like, oh, it's not that. It's just I'm overwhelmed. You do gaslight yourself all the time, because you do think, I'm stupid, I'm slow, I'm doing something wrong. Why are all my peers going above what I do when I feel like I'm putting in 110% just to get to 80%?
Exactly.
That kind of thing. You feel like you're putting in so much more energy, but not getting as far as everyone else. And there's no way to explain that to anyone. You just feel mad at all times. So yeah, you do constantly just say nasty things about yourself when you don't know. And then when you do know, it's like maybe those nasty things don't go away immediately, but you're still sort of like, well, at least I have an answer now, So that's my experience of the gaslighting, though. Maybe it's different for everyone else.
Does anybody else want to jump on that, or we can grab another question?
I can quickly respond. I know that for myself, I was very aware that I had borderline personality disorder before my autism diagnosis, and I was very aware that I have ADHD. And I thought that was it. Those are the two things. And if I get these two things under control, then everything else will be okay. And it seemed like no matter what treatment I did for the BPD, no matter how much better I seemed to get, I was still struggling so much. And that's where the autism diagnosis was super helpful in that. But there was still so much gaslighting, like, oh, I should be better. I
Yeah.
know these things. I should be functioning here. Why can't I function?
I used to be able to
And-
do this. Why can't I now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also with the autistic burnout and the meltdowns, like the things that I can do might change moment to moment. I might legitimately be able to handle one thing one day, and the next day I might not actually be able to handle that
Yep.
same thing. And that's really confusing to myself. So I end up really gaslighting myself, being like, I should be able to do this. I should do all the things. And then I can't do the things, and then I melt down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to add that to advocate for yourself, because when I went to my PCP, I told her, I said, I feel like I have dementia. Like, I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm really struggling. And she got me the help, but always bring up to, because how I brought up with the, like being tested for autism as well as ADHD. Like if you like, just keep advocating for yourself. That's kind of what I want to say.
Yeah. If something doesn't feel
It's
right,
so
it probably isn't.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let me see if we can grab it. Sorry, we're going to briefly lose the cameras. I will fix that for next time. Interesting. We got some good ones here. Do people treat you differently if you tell them you are autistic?
Oh, the sentences. I bet we've all got a few of them, haven't we? Don't look autistic.
Yeah.
You know, we're all a little bit autistic.
We're all a little bit.
I've heard that one many times myself. We're all a
I
little
could-
bit. Yeah, everybody's
I
on the
You don't
spectrum,
look
really.
like a knob, yet you
I-
sounding
yeah.
like one.
That's what I respond with every time. Yeah, you do get people make presumptions about what your ability is in the world. If you do tell them, especially if they're not educated on it, and they've taken all of their examples from Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory.
I think
You know,
I think what it is though, with that sentence in particular, I think neurotypical people, or at least the majority of neurotypical people, see that sentence as a sentence that's like
oh, we're
see
not
that
so
word. Sorry,
different.
see that word as degrading. It's just like, oh
Yeah.
no, you're
No,
not
you
different.
can't. No.
You're just
Yeah.
special.
Yeah. Oh, but that's worse.
I know.
Whenever someone calls me special, I'm like, I'm not 6 and I'm not Batman. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it is. The infantilization of a lot of the language around autism doesn't help, because that's, like you said, people jump to that and they're like, oh no, I'd never call you that because that's a bad thing. And it's not a bad thing. It's like, you know,
Like,
people do the
it's
same thing with the word
illegally-
disability, isn't it?
It's a
like,
legally, medically defined
yeah,
thing that goes
Yeah.
on in your head. You can't really call it anything else. So you might as well just say it out loud.
Yeah, I remember when I first got diagnosed, and I went and told my employer that, you know, the good news, and they were like, "There's no cure for that, is there?" And I'm like, "It's not a disease, mate." You know, you get stuff like that constantly, where people just think it's instantly a bad thing, or you're not like my cousin who's very autistic, and it's like, and we also
He likes trains.
Oh yeah, he likes trains, and I'm like, good for him. I used to too, you know, but I got older and got different interests. You know?
I think I know what question's coming next, LPS.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
If I can jump in here
Jump
for a
in, please,
minute,
do.
Cool.
from the perspective of like a medical patient, I also have chronic illnesses and I'm in appointments all the time. And I noticed that when I don't disclose that I have autism, they kind of talk to me in one way. And when I do disclose that I have autism, suddenly the infantilizing comes out and it's like, oh, I'm sorry. And like, the whole attitude changes, and the way that especially medical professionals deal with me, it's almost it's really frustrating to me because I'm like, I'm not a child. I understand what you're saying, and I'm telling you that I have sensory differences, I have social differences, and that's all it is. It's not that I can't understand you or anything like that. But the moment that it comes up, it's like they look at me and then they have this moment of like, oh, and then suddenly their demeanor changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also like you hope that telling the person that, hey, I've got autism, helps them understand, okay, so we need to work on a different way of how to get the best out of you. But then it's miscommunicated into, oh, okay, so we're going to dumb stuff down for you to the point of where it feels like you're 5 years old. And that's when it's not helpful at all. And when you feel like, should I do this for the sake of my own health? Or should I keep it on the down low, but then impact my own health again? So like it's a double-edged sword in most cases, and it's not helpful. It's not helpful.
I would just disclose it to the people that you feel comfortable with. Yeah, because the friends that I've told, they're like, okay, and that's it. Like it's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, so it's not a big deal to the people who you really matter to. It's just it's like your hair's brown or whatever. It's like, oh, I'm autistic, and oh, okay, cool. And that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's important to just sort of the phrase is, if you've met an autistic person, you've met one autistic person. Like they're literally all different, and we're a bunch of, let's be real, like white presenting women or women presenting, female presenting folks, and we are on probably I don't like talking about the spectrum either because it makes me mad, but it's important to remember there are people that are all dotted all over the spectrum, the asterism, whatever you want to call it, and everyone does have different abilities in different sectors, and just because somebody might not be open to communicating verbally doesn't mean that they don't understand you, doesn't mean that they've got a intellectual disability, it just means they don't talk. And so there's a lot of that as well. And I think people could really just learn to just ask more questions before presuming something.
Yeah.
Just be like, what does that mean for you? What can I do to help you in this situation? Is all people need to do. Or like you say, okay, that's all I want from most people.
Sweet, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
What I would also like to add as well is whenever someone typically thinks of the word spectrum, they'll think of a line,
the bar,
won't they? When
that's
really it's more of like a pie chart, like a round circle where, ooh, the closer you get, the more support you need. So like I'm perfectly fine talking to people. Like we're doing it now. I'm perfectly fine doing that. I took drama during my school days because I love talking. I love being the center of attention.
I never would have guessed.
As selfish as that sounds, like I like being on stage and doing stuff. So I'm perfectly fine with communicating. But then you go down to emotion wise, and I'm like, I struggle with relating or understanding other people's emotions when it comes to stuff. So I need more support with that. So I'm closer to the middle of the circle than someone else who's perfectly fine with emotions and they're on the outer skirts of the circle. And so it's just spectrum is not a line. It's an all-encompassing circle of
massive.
where someone's different needs are plotted.
Yeah.
I heard an analogy that I really like. The spectrum is like a stove, and like you have different dials, and the different dials could be communication differences, sensory differences, processing differences, etc. And like LPS might have the dial turned all the way up for social stuff. I might have the dial in the middle for my social stuff. It's like everybody that's on the spectrum has a different variation of the spectrum rather than like, oh, you are here on the spectrum versus you are here on the spectrum.
LPS. Effulge. Effulge. LPS was the first person I asked to join Date Everything.
I'm never going to live that down.
It was amazing. Right. Next question. Trains, please discuss.
Listen,
cool.
I used to own a wooden. Well, actually, no. I used to pinch my brother's wooden train tracks and train sets. So we were all good right then. We were all good.
I got my mum a one of those Nintendo Switch games that lets you build train tracks, and she has never put it down. Even came with a little wooden block train. And yes, when I was a child, I used to play with wooden block trains quite a lot as well. Trains are just cool, and they're one of the nicest forms of transport to go on as well. Like, yeah, you have to put up with being in public, but at least it's like it's one track. It has this really nice rocking motion. It's pretty quiet in comparison.
I love your cameras
to
following you, Nomalina, when you were doing that.
Yeah, this is because I got diagnosed with ADHD in December, by the way, which I knew I had, but it's nice to have it. And I'm so glad I got the 3D camera because I move. I'm sorry. I need to do that. It's annoying if I can't. So I got a camera that accommodated that.
It's perfect. I felt like I was in the train with you. It was magnificent.
I'm glad you mentioned about the rocking sensation because that's why I like riding. We have like a local, like a subway thingy, and it is just really relaxing. And you just get on the train and you just go. You don't have to worry about driving. You just go and watch for your stop, and it's just really relaxing.
Seats aren't even that bad in them either, like unless you're in London, and yeah, they're just nice.
London is a hellscape. London is a hellscape for me. I went down there a couple of years ago for a thing with Warner Brothers and Rocksteady Studios, which was amazing. But London itself, London itself is so busy. It's full of people. The majority of them do not have manners, which is a real pet peeve of mine personally. And it's always like shoulder to shoulder. Everyone's just going everywhere. There's non-stop. Oh, gotta go here, gotta go here, gotta go to the shops, and I gotta go and get the car park. Like, it was so much on the senses, but it was also a nice, weird buzz to it. That was like, it energized you, but it also exhausted you at the same time.
Like, I'm gonna feel like shit tomorrow, but today is banging.
We've all been asked to take our meds and hydrate. So if anybody in the panel needs to hydrate. I think the next question, maybe we'll have something from a panelist. If anybody has a question they'd like to ask your fellow panelists.
I just wanted to say one more thing off of the train thing.
Oh, please do.
Which is that's one of the common stereotypes of autism is like, oh, you're autistic. Do you like trains? And I just want to clarify that trains can be a special interest, but what people are picking up on is the fact that autistic people usually have special interests. And special interests are not just like something you're interested in like a neurotypical way, but it's something that can like completely take over your life kind of thing. Like I will be engaged in special interests to the detriment of my well-being.
Yeah.
I cannot get myself to stop with the special interest to actually hydrate or take my meds or do what I need to do. I will literally feel trapped into my special interests. And I love my special interests, but sometimes it feels like a love-hate relationship because I don't feel like I have the autonomy to just choose when or not I'm engaged
Yeah.
in special interests. And
Mhm.
same thing if I hear it in public. Like one of my special interests is nail art. And if I hear somebody talking about nails in public, I literally cannot stop myself from jumping into the conversation
it's
and like
like a
taking over the
cartoon. It's
conversation.
like a cartoon. You're just floating over. As you say, did you say nail?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you say nail?
Smelling the pie and just floating along. Yeah.
I'm terrible for it. As soon
Exactly.
as I hear someone talk about gaming, I'm like, hello?
Hello. Hi there.
You're now my
Nicole's.
favorite person here.
Melina,
Yeah.
when you made that comment in the thread about tabletop gaming, I was like, oh, are we gonna be best friends? I'll talk about D&D all day.
That reminds me, actually, I still need to finish my my Minecraft Dungeons and Dragons thing that I've been planning. I still need to finish it. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
definitely agree with the fixate. The hyper fixation is what it's called. We it the nasty thing about having a special interest is like you say, it's like it can stop you from doing the things that are required, like go to the bathroom or eat or sleep. In some cases, sleep is my one. It's like I just don't need to sleep as long as I'm doing the thing that I love the most, which
Agreed.
is either streaming or playing video games, which I do at the same time. So I'm like, I don't care it's 1 a.m. I want to keep going, and everyone's like, go the fuck to bed, you know. But you can also have special interests that you don't like as well. It doesn't have to be something that you actually enjoy, and that's why they suck sometimes. Like I could tell you a lot about this one Marvel character who thankfully I've forgotten the name of and I don't want to look it up. I think it was Rollerball, because I went down this massive Wikipedia hole and I thought it was the most interesting Marvel character. I don't give a shit about Marvel characters. I don't care about superheroes. I think it's boring. And especially as we've been watching those movies for over a decade now. Stop them, please. And I
Do
will get
something
interested.
new.
Yeah, and I will get interested in stuff like that just because I think the subject of a character is interesting, but they might not be a nice thing to research. They could be something depressing. Like your special interest could be the Holocaust. You know, you could just know everything about the Holocaust and then that upsets people if you bring it up. But it's like, but you feel better for talking about it is the other thing. The special interest in it. Takeover feels like such a nasty thing to say, but it really can do.
It's almost like
because
its own stimming in a
yeah,
way, isn't it?
it is a stim. Yeah, it is like it makes you feel good engaging in it in some way. And for some people, maybe that's thankfully something really good for you, like exercise, nutrition and stuff like that. But for other people like me, sitting on your ass and playing the Switch, So,
Do people exercise? Do people exercise?
I do.
Oh shit! I need to go and do that.
So yeah, it can be encompassing, but it is something that feels fulfilling, even if it's something that's not actually fulfilling you, like in a good way.
I know what you mean by that because sometimes for some reason, I keep coming back to like vacuums and vacuum repairing and like maintenance of vacuums and restoration. And I don't know what it is, but for some reason, that's just my thing. That's my goofy thing that for some reason, it's just really, really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be something like that a neurotypical person would be like, why the fuck do you know all this?
Right.
Why are you interested in this? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm just really into small electronics that I can build at
Yeah.
home.
Yeah, you can take it apart, you can clean it all up, put it back
I
together,
love
it
taking
works, it's
stuff
so
apart.
cool.
I used to get in so much trouble when I was younger because I used to pull everything apart because I wanted to know how it worked. And
Yeah,
TVs
same.
in
Yep.
particular, like televisions, I wanted to know how they work. And I didn't have any books on it. So I took our telly apart and I still learned nothing from that because it's just magic.
Yeah. But it was fun.
But it was fun and I loved
Yeah.
doing it. And I put it back together and it still works. So why are you
Nice.
complaining?
Daniel Price on YouTube says, I've been down that rabbit hole many times. Nah, I wouldn't like this. This looks boring. Then I start watching or reading. Must watch it
Yep.
all.
You watch that 1 hour YouTube documentary about something, you're like, oh, actually, I'm super into this.
The ones I like to watch on YouTube are where they restore old tools, like they derust them, giving you handles,
yeah.
and it's like
That's
they don't make these tools like they used to, and they just clean them up and they'll go for like another 100 years once they're all derusted. They're very good. I
Yeah,
like
it's
those.
just amazing. It really is.
I wanted to mention, I don't know if this kind of transitions to another question or topic, but I find that special interests are really powerful for helping manage meltdowns.
Yeah.
So when I am in a meltdown and nothing is making sense to me and the world is just too much, the only thing that can get through to me is my special interests. So sometimes I'll just put on a YouTube video related to one of my interests in the background, and I notice that immediately I feel a little calmer. And like when I'm in the middle of a meltdown, sometimes the only way that I'm able to just come down in my distress level a little bit is engaging in a special interest.
Yeah.
Like if it's to do with nail art, I'll just go look at my nail colors, look at the supplies that I have, or I'll go on Pinterest and look at design options. And immediately I feel like a physical difference in the meltdown, in the intensity of everything. So that's something I've been trying to work on lately, is using my special interests to try to help me to navigate my meltdowns.
Yeah,
Very good.
they're a great self-regulation tool that I advise anyone who even thinks they might be autistic, please just engage in your special interest. If you feel like shit, I promise it takes a little while to get into it, but you'll feel better after, even if it's just, like we said, like a 30-minute YouTube video or something.
Chels would like to know if any of you play The Sims, because that may be Chels' special interest.
This is a fun one, actually, talking about special interests, because a lot of the reason why feminine presenting or people who grow up, as a girl, may get missed for their diagnosis for autism is because their special interests are considered neurotypical. And The Sims is a fucking massive one. It's huge. We love playing dress up with our favorite dollies, and makeup is a really big deal. Like you said, you like nail art as well. And this is something that you see a lot in feminine presenting people, is that the reason they don't get spotted is because they like makeup, which you're expected to, that you like dolls because you're expected to. So it just gets completely unnoticed. But yeah, The Sims is such a huge one. I am not one of those people, but I do love playing dress up. So I'm a dead or alive person.
I love doing the dress up stuff because, like, I've said countless times, I've got an entire collection of just random old antique
Yeah.
walking canes as part of my addiction with the steampunk aesthetic and attending steampunk festivals and Whitby and stuff like that. Because being able to dress up as someone else or as a character that you made or just as something else other than yourself is like, it's like masking, but it's not, because
it's
you're
much
still
more fun than masking.
Yeah, you're still indulging in what you enjoy,
Yeah.
but you're also indulging with it with other people that enjoy it. So it does translate. However, I'm not a fan of makeup. I can't do makeup.
No, I
can
don't do
only
it
do it
either.
on very, very special occasions. So if you ever see me in makeup, it's a special occasion.
So for me, makeup is a sensory issue. I can't have anything
Oh,
on my
yeah,
face at all.
That's
so
how it is
it
with
just
me
never
too.
is. So if I'm pale, tough shit.
And
That's what lighting's for. So.
Nomalina's same, big same.
I don't give a shit.
I wanted to say part of the reason why I think a lot of autistic people are drawn to the dress up side of things and games that are like Dungeons and Dragons or tabletop RPGs in general, The Sims, is because we have so much difficulty with socialization and with understanding what's socially normal that it gives us this space to explore and see how things are. Like I know for myself, I love trying out different characters in tabletop settings that I would never be in real life. But it's really fun to just experience how would a person like this socialize? How would they be treated? And it also, for me, it helped in terms of my gender identity. Playing tabletop games, I realized I really don't like being referred to as she and her. And I wouldn't have experienced that if I didn't like try it in a tabletop setting where it's outside of my usual life. So it's disconnected from me. It's something that I can experiment with. It's something that I can explore, and I can see how I feel with this instead of going out into the real world and potentially getting hurt by these things.
Yeah, it's exactly the same reason that children play with toys. It's that they're experimenting with something in a safe manner, as opposed to trying it out with, like you say, other kids and then finding out the other kids don't like the thing. And that's why some people develop imaginary friends is another way of trying to engage in something in a safe way while where you learn something. And like D&D or other tabletop type games where you're doing role play is especially important for a lot of people who are neurodivergent, because there's a lot of crossover with the queer community as well. Is a safe place to mess around with that, because if you like my D&D characters have all been male so far. It's just because like I'm not that IRL, and I'm not particularly girly IRL. I go by she they, those are my pronouns, but I usually get mixed up in sort of more masculine activity or social groups, and D&D gives me that place to be able to just safely go there, and no one questions it. No one asks like, why the fuck are you a boy? No one does that to any of you. Like sometimes in a video game they're like, why are you playing as a girl? It's like, because I'm a fucking girl, shut up. But you see people do that all the time. Like most of my male peers play as female characters in video games because like they get better outfits. They just get better clothes, and I want to look at, if I'm going to be looking at something for 600 hours, I want it to look good. And then in D&D or other tabletop games with that role playing, it's the same situation where they're like, I just want to not be me. I want to test something out. I want to figure something out. I watch one of my favorite shows is Critical Role. And Taliesin Jaffe, a famous voice actor, uses his characters as a way to experiment with his being. Like his most recent one was about coming to terms with chronic pain, basically, because he does have that. And it's something that he brought into his character, and they even made it like a couple of mechanics for the game to do with the pain, managing the pain as well.
That's fascinating.
It's really cool, the stuff that can do for you, and it is just fun. It's just fun.
Let's not forget that only men are allowed pockets as well. So in D&D, that feels like a very good shout.
Yeah, but I get cool handbags, so it's fine.
Oh, well, fair. I was going to suggest, would we like to take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
We'll call it. It's like 10 past now. We'll kind of try and reconvene about maybe like 1:15 if that works for people.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, cool. We will be back after these messages. If I can find them. Boop. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Oh, get rid of that. There we go. Right, let me find out what questions should I ask next? We've got a couple of questions here we can try. What would you say is the biggest misconception with autism? What would you say is the biggest misconception with autism?
If I may.
Go for it, Elpins.
Oh, I think the biggest misconception about autism is that we are emotionless robots. I feel as though we have too much emotion, if anything, because we typically wear our hearts on our sleeves. The majority of us don't really like lying or pretending to do something if we don't see the point in it. And so I feel like we don't get seen as someone who's capable of experiencing emotion. We're someone that's like very baseline apathetic, when I feel like we experience too much of the emotion, which is why we get overwhelmed a lot more than the typical person.
I think that's definitely a big one. Because the stereotype is that we don't understand emotions, and really what it is that we process them in a different way. And visually, to look at us, we tend not to react the same way or in a way that is expected as of a neurotypical person. Like we don't really. I say we because this, but that isn't necessarily the case for everybody. But I find that a lot of autistic people are there to listen to the facts of a thing when it comes to emotionalism. And then I don't find myself, I'll talk as myself, I don't find myself to want to engage in emotional platitudes because it feels fake. Sort of like patting someone on the back saying, there, it will get better. That's not helpful, really, in the long run. I tend to want to give advice, some practical material that's helped me in the past, or to share a story of something that has happened to me that is similar to the situation, or to show that I relate to them in a different way. And like this isn't it isn't actually a stereotype, it's like a real thing. Is like people who are autistic tend to have younger looking faces because we don't change it as often as a neurotypical person. We tend to have a pretty steady affectation, even if we are surprised or upset or whatever. When we do those things, it's usually almost a full mimic of something we've seen in like cartoons or something, because we know that's how people want us to react to stuff. But typically we're just sort of like pretty steady. But then there are other people like LPS said, it's where it is the emotionalism is too high. It does feel like, to me on a personal level, is when I get emotional, it becomes like 300 times bigger than the actual thing that's causing it a lot of the time. And it's really hard to manage it. So yeah, it always feels disingenuous to me when someone thinks that autistic people don't feel things, when I've seen everything to suggest the otherwise, essentially.
I really wanted to comment on this because this was actually one of the main issues that I had in understanding autism. I thought that autism was like a lack of emotion, and that turned out to be completely a wrong misconception. And I think a lot of the reason why that misconception comes out is because so many of us autistic people do experience alexithymia, which is a difficult a difficulty or lack of understanding of our emotions. And it's not that we don't have emotions, it's that we may not have the words or the expression for our emotion.
Yeah.
So a lot of autistic people, maybe even the ones who have difficulty with speaking verbally, tend to be the ones that are seen as emotionless kind of people. But it's not that they're emotionless. They just don't show the emotion in the same way that neurotypical people do. And they may not have the words for their emotions either. So while they are kind of internally suffering, there's no
Might not
words to
see.
describe that. Exactly. But I'm also on the side of the spectrum, or my autistic needs in particular are, I'm hyper aware of emotions and I'm hyper aware of people's facial expressions. So if I see one little twitch of something, I start to get very hyper vigilant that like
Mm.
there's been a change in this person's emotional state or something like that. But then there are other people on the spectrum who are completely opposite to me, who may not be able to pick up on people's facial expressions and their way of emotion. So it really is like a spectrum. Like there's so many, the biggest thing about autism, it's a difference. So it could be too much or it could be too little. The other biggest misconception that I personally had about autism was that autism, or sorry, I didn't have this understanding about autism, but I run into it all the time now, is that autism is something that could be healed or cured, or it's like a disease that you could catch, something like that. And I have to tell people all the time, it's actually a neurotype. It's not like everybody has a neurotype. Everybody has a brain, and it's not something that is a disease or anything like that that should be cured. Neurodiversity exists because biodiversity exists, because we're supposed to be different.
Yeah.
I think for me, I notice one misconception that I've seen is that autistic people aren't as social, and we just socialize
different.
differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Whether it be through like online games or, just being together, but not really talking, but
Mm.
still
have-
being together. Because I enjoy, like, whenever I go to parties, I'm still with all my friends, but I don't really talk as much. But I'm still having fun. And people be like, did you have a good time? I'm like, oh yeah, I had a great time.
Yeah, I
With that
really enjoyed
Are you
it.
exact
sure?
inclination in their
Like,
voice as well. Yeah.
yeah, like, are you sure?
Yeah.
Like, did you have a good? I'm like, yeah, I had a great time. And then of course my facial expressions don't really change, so it's just it. You still are a social person. It's just a little bit different. That's all.
That's actually a really nice way to lean into the next question. Alex says in chat, says, when it comes to social things, obviously there are difficulties in many settings and it can feel overwhelming to engage with others. How do autistic folks know whether they are getting their social needs met?
Ooh.
It's a good one, Alex.
That is good because it's different for every individual, isn't it? Because we all want to socialize in a different way. And in some people it's very limited and other people it's, extremely broad. My brother, for example, he's extremely social and he'll go to gigs and raves and basketball events and music events of all sorts. And I couldn't bear the idea of being in any of those spaces. But I understand why they like them. But I think a lot of it is down to understanding your own personal needs, about sort of energy management for a lot of it. Like for me, sitting on a Discord and just talking to my friends in chat is quite soothing. And I'm getting the socialization that I need from that alone. I don't need any in-person events like other people seem to do. When I was growing up, everyone always wanted to go to the pub in my 20s, like constantly, like every weekend. It was like, let's go to the bar, let's go to the bar. Fucking hate that. It's too much to me, but for some people they need that stimulus. and they do enjoy that. It's more about understanding whether the socialization that you're doing is actually misaligned with how you're engaging with something. Because I can get tired out from just doing chats. Like I've said yes to coming on this panel today. This is the most socialization I will need for the next 18 months. You know, these are very difficult for me because I'm in a group setting with people I don't know particularly well, and being focused for the whole time. And there's nothing wrong with that, and I'm happy to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said yes. But I understand that for the next couple of days, I'm probably going to be quite low in energy afterwards. So I'll probably dial back doing my Discord calls, or I'll, instead of playing a video game and talking and, you know, a bunch of stuff on my Discord, I'll just put on a movie. You know, it's just, it's about finding where your balance is, because, you know, for some people, it could be that you want to go out, and that's okay. And if you want to do that, find ways to do that that matches your the word is energy. It's always energy for me. It's just it matches your vibe.
Yeah.
Like
I
if you,
understand that. Yeah. I get
yeah,
that.
yeah. If you like groups but you don't like loud places, why not meet up in a library or go to a coffee shop or go out for a walk with a walking group or something like that? Just there's loads of different ways that you can socialize that don't require you to put your full force in.
Yeah, for me, I much prefer a one-on-one versus like a larger group together, because it's just easier for me to concentrate on that one person, like going out to lunch with a friend. That's my favorite way to spend time with someone, because it's not in a big group. I'm not distracted by different people talking. There's not commotion going around, and we can have a more intimate conversation versus like a more superficial larger group conversation. So for me, I I usually am more inclined to like the one-on-one versus like if there's going to be a big get together, I might do those like once in a while, not so much just because it just is pretty taxing.
Chris
Yeah.
brings up an interesting point. They talk about people who fill your cup and some people drain your cup. So picking, you know, who you want to hang out with might be dependent on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people
Because
don't fit your vibe. Yeah.
Yeah.
especially for autism having a lower social battery, it's very important to choose who to spend that valuable resource with.
Yeah. The other thing that I notice, maybe it's just because of where I'm at in my journey with autism, but I find that I don't know. I'm not aware of things in the moment. What helps me is to do debriefs with myself afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm kind of processing things over the next few days after a social interaction anyways. So that's usually when I can realize, like, you know what, that interaction actually made me really uncomfortable and I really didn't like that. But I might not realize that until a couple of days later.
It takes longer to process.
Exactly. So something I'm trying to do is to do that intentional debrief. Like, how did these people make me feel? Did I feel comfortable? Did I not feel comfortable? Could I drop the mask? Did I feel like I had to keep the mask on? Things like that. And also recognizing different spaces that I do feel really good in. I want to engage with those spaces more. That's part of why I'm still here in the Platinum Lounge chat day to day, is because I've found that this is a safe place for me. I feel okay here. Whereas there's other Twitch chats or other places where I've come in and I felt like, I feel like I'm kind of the odd one out here. So clearly I'm not really meant to be in this space. So for me, it's not so much of awareness of it in the moment, but recognizing afterwards how it made me feel and then trying to adjust in the future.
It may be an imperfect analogy, but I know some people, when it comes to alcohol, I don't drink alcohol, so it really is a very poor analogy. Some types of alcohol will give you a horrific hangover, but some types of alcohol won't. So I think, yeah, different experiences can drain you at different levels. It kind of leans a little bit into spoon theory as well. How many spoons certain people take from you and how many spoons you have left over. Let me see if I can find a next question. This is an interesting one. What's your biggest pet peeve about being autistic? I think we've kind of covered this slightly, but if anybody has a pet peeve about being autistic, your life with autism, yeah, let's get the cameras back. Boom, there we go.
I feel like I struggle to understand what this question is asking because I see pet peeves as like things that you're kind of frustrated with, but I see autism as something else, not really something that you can have necessarily a pet peeve about. There are things about autism that I struggle with, but I wouldn't say it's a pet peeve, if that makes sense.
I kind of agree with Daniel in the YouTube chat. Yeah, like we said earlier, but you don't look autistic. That's my pet peeve about being autistic, is other people saying dumb shit about autism.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything in particular, like there are traits that I don't enjoy about being autistic from, in my experience of it, but it's primarily based around that that I should conversation that you have. I should be able to do this, I should be able to do that, and I can't for whatever autistic reason. So I get frustrated with that limitation that I sense that I have, but I know that a lot of that is internalized ableism for the most part. I think that's what I hate about being autistic, is the internalized ableism that you live with every day, that you can't shift, no matter how good your own personal view is on mental health and how well you speak out to a community to be like, these are all the good things and these are all the things that you can do to help yourself, but there's still that little voice at the back of your mind every other day that's just like, remember when you used to be able to do that thing and you can't do it anymore? Shut the fuck up. I hate that. Leave me alone. It's hard enough without any of that going on.
Yeah. I think people with chronic, I mean, I can only speak from like a chronic perspective, but I think that's a big one for people with things like chronic pain as well, chronic fatigue, chronic illness.
Yeah.
And mindfulness is something I've kind of studied to kind of help with the guilt. I think you may be talking about slightly, Anomalina, and guilt and forgiveness when it comes to the whatever your diagnosis is a big thing. But it's very easy to say and it's very tricky to do. Sorry, Heather, please continue.
Oh, that's okay. I guess for me, if there was a pet peeve, it'd be like the sensory issues, because like there's just like certain fabrics that I can't wear, or like at night, like every night I usually sit on the couch and like watch the TV with the dog or whatever, and I'm never really relaxed because I can feel the fabric on my back and it's itchy. And no matter what I do, I'm not comfortable because I'm always itchy for the fabric. And so even when I should be able to relax, I can't. And because it's not like I can just stand watching TV, that would fix it, but I can't do
my
that.
own business.
So I want to sit on my couch, but I'm not comfortable because I have that itchy feeling
through the air
from
towards
my
me.
shirt.
I was
So
erect
I guess
almost
my pet peeve
immediately.
would be the different
I looked
sensory
between the
issues, like
thighs,
things on my hands.
and there was no
I've eaten French
there was no
fries my whole
vagina.
life with a fork because I
was no
don't like the salt
vagina.
on my fingers, or like wearing socks in the kitchen. So I guess if I would have a pet peeve, it'd be sensory issues.
You know what? I take it back. Wearing socks, full stop. That's my pet peeve.
Oh my gosh, I'm opposite, because if I step on, one time, my partner spilled salt on the floor in the kitchen and I stepped in it without socks on, and it just sent me through the roof because I could feel that grit under my feet, and that just that just sent me. I was like, I can't handle this, and I had to immediately go get socks.
I love that because that shows like the sensory difference that people can have as well. Is
right.
like I love like my bare feet on sand and in dirt and on grass and stuff like that. If I could safely go barefoot everywhere, I would. I hate wearing them, which is ironic because my previous job I sold shoes for a living, and I don't wear them if I can avoid it. Like I only wear socks this time of year because it's so goddamn cold. Otherwise, I wouldn't have
Right.
anything on my feet. Can't stand it. I don't mind stuff being on my feet. It's, touching my feet. It's fine. But for other people, that's the worst thing. But for me, wearing socks is the worst thing because it's like, it's choking my ankles. Get it off of me.
It's weird because some things I like really loose and baggy, but there's other things that I like really tight.
Really tight. Yeah.
Yeah, so it just depends on maybe the make of the fabric or where it is on my skin or something. I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
but if there's like a little piece of something, it just throws me all off. I just can't.
I get it.
Daniel says one of my spectrum children hates to go without socks. The other one hates to have socks on. So
it does go both ways.
But then if you have socks, the seams have to be in the right spot, because if the seams aren't in the right spot, then it's a big problem.
If they're on the end of your toes.
Yes,
fuck
that's
off.
a problem.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. That is the worst feeling.
We all agree on this one.
Yeah. It's also like, I don't know if we've ever worn tights before that also include the socks, right? But the seam on the end of the socks is so thick that you're practically stepping on the seam, and it is the worst fucking feeling known to man. And I want to know who made those so that I can burn them.
Now that I understand a little bit better, I feel like for myself, it would be the stimming is one of my pet peeves, because if I don't stim, it's going to come out some kind of way. And usually it's in picking the stem. Sorry, now he decided that he wanted to talk to you.
Streamer of the future.
But I think that's really one of the most frustrating things is, like, literally my entire life, I've been trying to stop picking at the skin on my lips and my nails, and I can't stop. And I will be making myself bleed. And it's just because of this, the way that the doctor explained it to me is my body's need for regulation.
Yeah.
And if I'm not stimming, then the need for regulation is going to come out some other way. So I find that really annoying, because I have to be flapping my arms. I have to be moving around. I have to be jumping from foot to foot or rocking or something. And sometimes I'm exhausted and I don't want to, but I have to.
I feel that so bad.
Running a goddamn marathon while you're just...
I'm a chronic rocker when I get stressed. Like, I will like back and forth in my chair, but other times I'm like, I don't want to be doing this anymore, but it feels better if I do it. Stimming it can be a good and a bad trait as well. I used to be a chronic eyelash puller and hair puller, and so I would have like massive bald patches on my hair. Like, my eye would be completely bald, which means I would get eye infections all the time, stuff like that. I've learned to move those stims to something more useful. So as an example, on my desk, I have my favorite thing, which is my 2 magnets. I have been using this the whole time because I do find engaging socially stressful. So I'm just constantly moving this around in my hands so that I don't pull my hair out, basically. And it's the same. I've got my Bulbasaur clicky as well.
Nice.
Super important. I need these with me at all times. I take them out with me just to make sure that I don't engage in these unhelpful stims. So unhelpful stims are the ones that I want to get rid of. I do find them annoying and they are not helpful to you in the long run, but they feel better when you do them. So you have to try and move them to something else. And I don't know if anyone wants to go into this topic in particular because it's quite dark, but as somebody who has struggled with self-harm in the past, these are other things that I've struggled with anyway, and I have to find other ways to engage in it regardless. And there are loads of places that you can go to get help for these things. So just find something else that sort of engages that stim in a different way that's safer for you.
And there's a lot of little stim things that are really, really small.
Yeah.
So they're very inconspicuous. I work in healthcare and I have a little fidget in my lab coat every day. And so I'm always using it all day long, like walking patients back and forth. I constantly have my hand in my pocket with my fidget. So there's a lot that are really, really small that you can take with you anywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of jewelry today as well that's specifically designed for people who are neurodivergent, who might need that, whether that is specifically actual jewelry, which is, you know, a chewable thing for people that need to bite onto stuff or taste something. And then there's like rings that spin or earrings that have little fiddly bits on them that you can mess with, and they're made for people that need to do these things, and they're really subtle if you don't like calling attention to it, because I know a lot of people do struggle with that. I don't like using things like fidget spinners and stuff like that, because immediately someone's just locked onto you the moment you get one out. They're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're being weird. You're being weird. And I'm like, I don't want that attention.
Yeah.
I just want to futz with something in my hands, which is why I use the magnets publicly, because they're quiet, they don't make much noise, and they're really smooth, and I can do it in my pockets. Nice and simple.
I think Zai is
funny
showing they've got
being
a
a
ring.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I have a spinning ring. But also, it's kind of funny being a parent with autism. I find that holding my baby makes my stimming suddenly socially acceptable. I can rock
Yep.
back and forth,
Yeah.
and I'm just
Yep.
rocking the baby. I can keep patting his back. I'm just taking care of the baby. It's fine.
Nobody
So
questions
sometimes, exactly. Sometimes I'll actually use my baby, not because he needs to be comforted, but because I need to be comforted.
I will say, if somebody is nervous to rock back and forth in public, I've been doing it forever, and it's not very big, like significant. I've
Yeah.
never had anybody comment on it.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid. If you want to try it out, don't be afraid, because I've never had anybody say anything to me about it. Even in like, because every so often I have to do like continuing ed classes um for my job, and it's just a lecture for like hours, like 4 hours, and I'm constantly rocking the entire time. Nobody said anything. And so don't be afraid to try something if you want to try it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Your biggest critic is going to be yourself at all times, because you are in your head, so you know what you're thinking all the time, which means you're overthinking all the time. And a lot of people think that other people are noticing what I'm doing and they're going to think I'm weird. Stop caring if you can.
Yeah.
If you find a way to lead yourself to not caring, it's so much better for you in the long run. Because like I've gone out like wearing odd shoes, unmatched like jackets and trousers. I wear all sorts of stupid colors because I like to do that, and I look very questionable in public sometimes because it's sort of, why are you wearing a jacket that's all question marks? You look like Doctor Who, and nobody says anything ever. And even if they think something, who cares? I can't hear it. So yeah, if you feel that you need to flap your hands or rock or I don't know, spin, or like, you know, a lot of my friends growing up, they danced. They would just dance. Do it. Because yeah, people might look, but they're not really going to say anything unless you're causing a real stir. And you'll feel better afterwards because you feel the need to do that because of some other reason, whether it's because you're stressed or because you're holding on to energy that you need to burn or any other, there are a bunch of reasons that people need to stim. If you have to stim, find a way to stim and stop caring about what other people in public say. Because you're never going to see them again, so who cares?
Agreed.
And if you are, fuck them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyways. They don't matter.
Yeah, no.
Okami said, did not enjoy hearing the clip at the same time as the talk going on. That was the one source I forgot to remove. So that I've removed it now, so hopefully that will never happen again. Just catching up on chat, and then we'll jump into another question. If anybody in chat does have another question, feel free to put it in the chat or the link that's pinned. My current stim is sucking my mustache, and I can't stop. I also pulled hair. My brother ripped out his eyelashes. Maybe Michelangelo was autistic and he needed to paint the Sistine Chapel to keep his hands occupied. I'd love to believe that was true.
You find like in history, you can go look at documentation of how somebody used to act back in, way in the past and find that, they usually when they're an artistic person or someone who worked in science or biology or something with a really special subject that nobody would have been looking into, chances are they were actually autistic.
Right. Let's. Does anybody in the panel have a question for the other panelists? If not, I can jump back to the list of questions.
I got another question. I was curious how you made accommodations for yourself. Like for me, I have like high fidelity earplugs, and they're not super dampening. They only dampen like the really spiky sounds, so I can still hear conversations. But I use them a lot at work because there's a lot of like high pitch equipment sounds that are just a lot for 8 hours. So like I've got those, my little fidget, like limiting social events on the weekends, silent driving on the way home. So just was curious what you guys have found out works well for you.
I just wanted to say, Heather, I was going to ask pretty much the same question.
Good.
We're on the same wavelength.
Same brain cell.
But I'll say for myself, I'm still learning and still adapting. I spent many years trying to accommodate my ADHD, and I had an experience in school, like in post-secondary education, where I was just diagnosed and just starting to. Apologies for the baby. He wants to join the conversation. But yeah, when I was in post-secondary post-secondary school, I had just been diagnosed with ADHD, and it was learning to ask for accommodations in a professional setting for the first time. And there were so many experiences where like I needed to ask for an extension, or I needed like special seating in the lecture hall because of my pain, things like that automatically that internalized ableism is like, no, you're going to be a problem, just don't say anything. But then if I'm not accommodating myself, I'm ending up hurting myself, and it's just going to end up in more of a meltdown. So I had to learn that it's okay to be a problem. It's okay to take up space. And by accommodating my needs, I'm not being a problem. I am accommodating my needs. And that's, by definition, that's a need, not a desire. That's something I actually need to survive. I'm going to attend to the baby and come back to the conversation later.
Okay. That's a very, very well said, though, Zoe. Very well said.
So my journey has been like, I got diagnosed when I was 29. That was 10 years ago almost. And I kind of just didn't know, I didn't have the information because I didn't get the support that I needed afterwards. And I don't need to go into all of that because it was such a long time ago. But So it's actually only been in the last 2 years when I started to see real trouble at work that I started to actually pay attention to what my needs are. And it's so important to understand that these are needs. They're not like desires, they're not wants. They're like I would happily trade away the requirement to have these needs, to be honest. Like, I don't want to say that I get rid of my autism, because I wouldn't, but there's just taking little steps to figuring out what it is that is triggering you is really important. And so that's what I've been doing for the last couple of years. I didn't realize that I'm actually quite audio specific and visually specific when it comes to sensory overwhelm. So what I have in my house, and I didn't realize I was doing this, but I've been doing this since I got smart lighting 5 years ago, is that I can control all my lighting. And typically in the evenings, especially, I turn these lights way down. Like, this is the brightest it gets in here this time of night. And I just found that I was just so much more comfortable once I was able to control something like that. And then again, to emphasize like the deep need for like quiet on my terms, I have some real fucking expensive earphones, and that was so that I could control the amount of audio that I'm taking in at the same time, or the kind of audio that I'm taking in. So my earphones, they're like £400, don't ask. And it was because I needed something that I could wear at work safely, because it was a warehouse environment. So I needed to still be able to hear audio coming through, but I needed to be able to listen to something that was soothing me at the same time and block out a certain level of it, so I can actually mix and match my audio levels depending on my needs for that day. And sometimes that need is no sound, none whatsoever. Turn it off, please, for the love of God. And I'll just have it on the lowest the highest noise cancelling setting, and completely deafen myself, because I need it for that day, because I'm so stressed for some reason or another. And it's other stuff like that, like finding what your favorite clothes are and wear those all the time.
Yes.
Like, and if you find a new favorite, buy 10. Yeah. When you find one that works for you, go and buy a bunch more of them, because you're going to need them for the next 8 years.
Yes.
You know? It's stuff like that. It's just try and find these small things to make you feel right is the only way, because there's never any better when you're disabled. Like, there's only like what is right for this moment in time, because it's going to change tomorrow, you know? So anything that makes it adjustable and anything that makes you comfortable is going to be the best thing.
I'm going to expand on the lighting. Within the last month, I never had a night light for my bathroom. And so in the morning, I would flick on the light and it'd be so bright early in the morning. Yeah. And at night, when I'm trying to wind down, it's that bright light. Well, I've been using my night light in the morning and at night, and it's been such a game changer, because it's an easy wake up. It's very mild, like you can still see, but it's not harsh. So that has made a huge improvement within the last month for me.
Yeah, it's such a big deal for me. And like I mine is all like voice controlled as well, so like if I feel like I'm having a meltdown coming on, I can change it immediately, just like with a very quick voice command. It's so important to be able to change something quickly. And lighting is it's a trigger for me, is having too much light in one situation. It's taking in too much information, basically. And it's just like, and then they've actually done studies on this now, and it turns out that autistic people do process light at a higher volume than other people. So it turns out we're not faking it, guys. We're not overreacting. It's actually, no, that shit is bright, turn it off.
Right.
And it doesn't need to be this bright.
I always have the blue light filter, the night light, like whatever, the screen being on the lowest possible brightness and stuff. I can't. And also, if I'm driving, even if it's not like super sunny weather, I need to have sunglasses.
Yes.
Yeah.
things like that. And also, I think somebody already mentioned it, but wearing comfortable clothes, like finding fabrics, like this fabric is amazing. I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to find out, but it's like, it's so good. And any clothes that I can find that are comfortable fabrics that don't make me feel like I want to rip my skin off, I want more of those. And I will wear those things repeatedly. I don't care if I just wore that 2 days ago. I'm going to wear it again because it's comfy. Lighting. And also, one of the accommodations that I do with myself is to tell people, to communicate.
Yeah.
So I will let my partner know, like, hey, I'm on the verge of a meltdown right now. I can't take any more stimulus. I need gentle talking right now. I need quiet. I need help. And being able to, I guess, express that this is going on to the people in my immediate area has been very helpful for me, because then they can accommodate me as well a little bit better. And things that I've been able to say, like, hey, if you notice me doing this, like maybe check in with me, see how I'm doing. If you notice me doing this, like that's kind of like a cry for help. So we need to do something at that point.
Daniel in the chat says, it's funny when people go, didn't you wear that yesterday? And you can go, nope, I just own multiple.
Yep, I just have
Right.
10 of these, and
Yeah.
I refuse to put them in the wash as well because they're comfier the longer you wear them. I want
Amen
it to
to that.
become my skin. It's so comfy.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can find ourselves another question. We think we've answered that one. So some of these questions might be tricky to answer, but we'll go through them anyway. Do you wish you had never gotten the official diagnosis? Does it give you any disadvantages in life?
No regret whatsoever. If anything, it helps because you can understand yourself better and you can find other people that are like you more easily. It's very lonely knowing something is, inverted commas, wrong with you, and never being able to really fully explain it, but other people are still pointing it out to you all the time. It's like finding a new place to belong, basically. For me, at the very least, it was like I said at the start, there are the negative sides where you're just sort of like, you feel like you've wasted your time all these years of not knowing, but it means that you can move forward and start to learn about what your triggers are so that you can make it so that you have meltdowns less frequently, or that you can manage certain situations in a better way, or understand that the way you reacted to something may not have been helping you in the long run. I think it's useful as a tool. I don't think getting a diagnosis is a be all and end all. I think if you think you're autistic or suspect you might be, self-diagnosis is just as valid, because I know obviously getting a diagnosis isn't available to the vast majority of people. It takes a long time. It's very expensive, and the waiting lists are getting longer and longer every year. And so that isn't available to you, but finding the community of people who are autistic means that you can get the support that you need from them. You can get the information from them. You can share stories, and you can look at all the memes online and you'd be like, yes, finally, somebody understands. And there's something very heartwarming about finally finding out where it is you fit in. I think it was really
I definitely
important.
agree. Yeah, I definitely agree. Because my whole life I felt like I was a square peg trying to fit into a round hole. And I just never felt like everybody else. And just getting that diagnosis was so validating. Like all of my little patterns mean something, and it just was really, really great. And I did have trouble, with that grief, like all of that time lost. But I kind of view it as I worked so hard, despite everything, not knowing, and
Yeah.
so yeah, that the diagnosis definitely meant a lot for me.
Yeah, I'm a big advocate of whatever the thing is, a big advocate of getting a diagnosis. I think, knowledge is power. But I think, like Anomalina said, finding your tribe, I think, is really important as
Hmm.
well. I refer to the hive mind we have here for all our, myriad of maladies. But finding people have been dealing with what you are dealing with, maybe, for decades longer than you, or at least they knew they were dealing with it for decades longer than you. And then I think information is so important.
Yeah.
Just sharing, whether it's like coping techniques, whether it's like managing certain things. And yeah, there's the gaslighting. And once you've got through that sequence, you just know you're not alone, and you can, I guess, embrace it in positive ways.
Hmm.
You can find the joy in it, when you're with other people who have the same, I guess, diagnoses as you, which I believe is possible. I really do. So yeah, I figured this would be the answer to the question, but I wanted to ask it anyway because somebody took the time. But yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely believe that even if you suspect or are self-diagnosed, like if if something works for you, then yeah, that's great. Then just keep doing that. You don't
Yeah.
have to have a diagnosis to, like, if something just works for you, then just keep doing that. You don't have to have an official diagnosis.
Yeah.
And
Chris
Yeah.
said,
It's
I'm
the
self-diagnosed. As soon as I started treating myself as autistic, my life improved greatly. Find a
yeah.
yeah,
community
that's
definitely
great.
helps too. So agree. Yeah, agreed, Heather. Does anybody in the panel have a question for the other panelists? I can go back to the well and see if we've got many more.
I'm terrible at coming up with
Um,
questions.
I have a question. I don't know if this is one that was already asked, but I'm just wondering, how has your understanding of autism, because not just the diagnosis, but your realizing that you have autism, how does that affect your relationships with your family, friends, chosen family, whatever it is?
Hmm.
Relationships, family and friends, or significant others.
I think for me, it's helped everybody have more clarity and be more patient. Like, oh, that makes sense. So they are more forgiving, or more like asking, are you okay? Like, is this okay? Do you, feel okay to stay, or do you want to leave? So um, I think in my experience, everybody's been um, pretty supportive and understanding. I'm really fortunate to have a really close network.
So I can actually go at the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to like the positivity side of things. When I was diagnosed, I was in a controlled relationship with somebody. And it was not good for either of us, really. And when I got diagnosed, they ended up actually using that against me for anything that they considered a deficit. So with some people, there are going to be red flag people out there all the time. With some people, they will pick up on your less interesting traits, like maybe the more annoying ones, and they will hone in on them and they will bully you for them. And that's what I experienced with that. My advice to anyone who has that kind of situation: get out if you can, because they're not worth your time. You deserve better. And then what I've been dealing with in therapy recently is talking about my family. As you know, as I mentioned, my brother is now seeking a diagnosis for autism, and my mother, it was very apparent immediately that she was also autistic when I got diagnosed. But and what we've been discussing is how probably the reason that none of us talk to each other is because we're completely different when it comes to our different things, and we actually butt up against each other a lot. So me and my mum, we actually grind against each other, and it makes the relationship strained. And so we've had to change things where we interact way less at a specific time of our choice, and that's actually made our relationship a lot better because it means we're more patient with each other. We're not setting each other's triggers off, essentially. So it is useful for them to know as well, because they will have that understanding that, like, just because we're autistic doesn't mean we can be best friends, you know. You can have things that can trigger another person in a certain way, and that it's not healthy for you. But then there are other relationships that I've had that are much more positive, like, you know, with my streaming community. I'm very open with them about the fact I'm autistic, and all of them, and a good number of them are, you know, either autistic or have ADHD or some other neurodivergence. And that always comes with the understanding that, you know, sometimes we're having a difficult day, or that, that it just sort of, having that underlying understanding just sort of almost changes the dynamic of a day, because being in the space with somebody who understands, it just inherently feels better in the long run. And so I do think it's valuable, like, communicating these things. Like, communication is such a big thing. And a lot of the problem that I had in my previous relationship with my ex was that we weren't communicating, and it just ended up becoming bullying. And that was the real problem, when it didn't need to be that way. But, you know, it's a learning opportunity for the future as well. Is you can take that forward and choose how you want to use that to better relationships in the future.
Thank you for that answer. This might be a good time to take maybe a second break, and then we'll come back for what I presume would be the final third, unless anybody needs to be anywhere in particular. We don't have too many questions left, but I'll ask maybe a couple more questions when we come back. Maybe you guys can give some, I guess, like, final thoughts, and then we'll come back for that. But yeah, let's take maybe like another 5-minute break, and we'll come back. But thank you for being here. Chat, we will see you shortly. Welcome back. Let's pause that there. Boom. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Back.
I saw this before we took our break and I wanted to read it out. I think Anomalina has addressed it to some extent already. Livy said, I'm being diagnosed, but it took 2 tries. The first doctor tried to put me off getting the diagnosis, saying it won't help. She didn't even put my request through after she said she would. The second doctor was much nicer, and he helped me through them. Akami says, my sister told me that I should go back to the doctors and try again to get a diagnosis. And to make a list of traits that I have. Yeah, if anybody has any comments on that before we progress. I think it has kind of been addressed, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to
No, go ahead.
okay. Just about my own journey with getting a diagnosis. I was put off of getting a diagnosis by many doctors. It wasn't just one, it wasn't just 2. I had reached out to a bunch of different psychiatric places that offer assessments, and I was being given quotes that the lowest quote I got was like $3,500. And I don't have that kind of money just lying around. So it actually took many years of just trying to work with my current psychiatrist and saying, rather than I have autism, this is what I'm dealing with, I would talk about it as symptoms and traits. And I would the more that I learned from other people with autism, the more that I would learn words to be able to express what I was dealing with. And then I could put it into words, and I would say things like, instead of I'm having problems with autism, it was more like I'm having specifically problems with my sensory issues. And these are the situations that I'm finding myself in. And it was over about maybe 2 years that my psychiatrist was like, you sound autistic. Let's get you an autism diagnosis. And then she ended up pushing me internally through to another psychiatrist that worked in her clinic. So it was an internal reference to someone that I wouldn't have had access to publicly. It was only through working with this psychiatrist over so many years of saying, these are the symptoms I'm dealing with, these are the traits I'm dealing with, that finally she pushed it through and I was able to get that diagnosis. So I would say if it's something that is meaningful for you, don't give up. Don't give up on fighting. Find another doctor. Find someone who will take your traits seriously. That's my advice. There was a few things I wanted to say on the family and relationship stuff, but we can go back to that another time.
if you'd like to say it, by all means.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, the reason why I even mentioned it to begin with is because I would say my autism wasn't missed. My autism was very much purposely overlooked, and it was ignored. And my family, especially my dad, is very vocal against autism and against mental health in general. And it's mostly because of his own internalized ableism. He himself is somebody that deals with mental health problems. And rather than accept that and accept that he might need help, it's easier for him to blame everybody else for the issues. And therefore, he gets very angry when I try to talk about autism or ADHD or anything that could be different about myself. And so when it comes to my relationship with my dad, I've learned that it's not worth it to get into these things. And I'm just going to have to accept that he is not a safe person in my life, and he cannot have a deep relationship with me. He doesn't know that I'm non-binary. He doesn't know that I use they, them pronouns. And I just keep him at a distance. I'll talk to him for a birthday. I'll talk to him for Christmas, something like that. But that's it. We keep each other at a distance because that's what's healthiest for each other. So back to what Chris said about finding those who fill your cup versus who drain you. People like my dad just drain the life completely out of me, and I can't deal with it.
Yeah.
So I've had to put up very strong boundaries and cut people actually completely out of my life. There are family members that I don't talk to at all because I know that it's just going to be a drain and it's not worth it. And I would say if your family or partners or whoever it is are bringing you down and draining you about this, it might be time to seriously consider if that is a worthy relationship in your life, because your needs are needs, like we were talking about. They're not desires or wants. And having people in your life that can accommodate you and work with you is what's going to actually improve your life. So it wasn't until I actually left certain relationships and cut certain people out of my life that I actually started to heal and started to be able to accommodate myself and feel a little bit better. So that's just what I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a massive sweeping statement, but men of a certain age are just told to like walk it off rather than talk, talk about things.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's what your dad is like, but yeah, I think I find it very telling. So far, we've had for this the fibro and the spinal issues. No men have joined up to any of these panels yet, so I'm going to be working very hard to try and change that in the future. Okay, I think we may have our grand prize. Yeah. Anomalina, did you want to talk about how difficult it was for you to get your diagnosis? I feel like maybe you've touched on that already today.
So for me, I'm not gonna lie, it was actually kind of easy. Like aside from having to have a breakdown to finally get someone to look at what was going on in my life. So yeah, that's the short version of the story. Is I was going through a very difficult time. I'd gone through there was a tragic death in my life that I was not coping with very well. Work was becoming more difficult. I worked in customer services at the time, not suitable for me. And I ended up having a full breakdown in the middle of the store that I worked in. And that was probably one of the most embarrassing times of my life, but I am thankful for it because it led me towards the NHS giving me help. So I went to the doctors and said, hey, I'm not okay, basically. And they signed me up to what we get is the static 8 sessions for free of CBT therapy. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is good for a lot of people. It's actually not that suitable for neurodivergent people. You should maybe look into DBT instead, in case you're wondering. And the lady that I was with, Catherine, she was super nice. And on our 3rd session, she was like, you have so much in common with my son, who is autistic. So I would recommend that you put yourself forward for seeking an assessment for it. And I did that. I went to another doctor's appointment shortly afterwards, and they were like, why do you think this? I gave them a few traits, and then I was like, and also the new therapist I have said so, and they're like, oh shit. That's usually a good sign. So they put me forward to it. And then I'll be honest, I completely forgot about it for a full year. And then I just got this letter through the post that was like, hey, assessment date, here you go. And on the day of the assessment, which was a 2-day assessment because they break them up, on the very first one, they were like, we're pretty certain you're autistic. Like you have some things that you're covering up very clearly. Like you're very good at, making eye contact. You're really good at communicating with people. But they had noticed other things that I didn't even realize were tests. Because, back when I took them 10 years ago, they were still very modeled towards children. So there was some stuff to do with toys on a desk when they're like basically pretending to take a break, and they told me to just go and sit down and occupy myself while they took their break, but they were actually monitoring me to see what I would do
Interesting.
during this break. And they said during that they felt like that was something because I looked awkward and didn't know what to do with myself and clearly wanted to play with the toys, but I was also 28 years old and didn't feel like I could do that.
Yeah.
And then there were the other conversations that we had during the session that just made it apparent. And so, yeah, for me, it was super easy. However, I have heard so many horror stories where doctors keep turning people away. And I feel like this is because a doctor doesn't know everything. I just need to really express that. A lot of doctors aren't a specialist in anything.
Yeah.
And that just means they're a jack of all trades, which means usually they don't know shit about the thing you're going to them about.
GPs, I feel, know a little bit about everything.
Yes.
And then they kind of push you in the vague direction you need to go down.
And especially if they're an older GP, they've usually got old knowledge that is outdated.
Let me bring out my leeches. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. And so I do find that I hear all these stories. I've had it happen to friends as well, where they say the doctor turned them away because they were too sociable or because they expressed empathy about something that had happened in their life. And that's bullshit. If you get doctors that say stuff like that and you're certain that there's something up, whether it's ADHD, whether it's autism, whether it's bipolar, whether it's borderline personality disorder, any of these things, you know your body best and your mind best. Doctors don't. So find another one. Just keep finding another one, because even if it isn't autism, it could be something else that you could be getting help with, So I always tell people, like, don't listen to them. They're an arsehole. Just go to someone else. And nearly every time that I've seen somebody and told them to go and get a second opinion, they do end up with a diagnosis like 2 to 5 years later, depending on the waiting list that they were on. It's so important to just keep fighting. And like we were saying at the beginning, be your own advocate for yourself, because no one else is gonna. So you should. And if a doctor's not listening to you, usually a twat. Yeah. Just keep going. And then that also comes in the intersectionality of doctors also being biased when it comes to gender. A lot of women aren't believed or feminine presenting, and especially people who are, either trans or non-binary, they get ignored by doctors because they think they're going to be a problem. And the reason is because you need help, right? So try and get the help, even if it takes a lot of energy. And I know that's something that the disability community doesn't really have, but keep fighting because it is worth it.
Yes. On the chronic side, a lot of the women and feminine presenting people in this community are often told they're too young to be sick. They're too young to be in pain. They're too young to be chronic. That's another
and why
big
am I in
stick.
pain, bitch?
Yeah.
Put me on the meds.
Yeah, that's another stick which is used to beat people. So yeah, there's always a reason why they don't. But I was telling this to Adam yesterday. He found a nurse that works for him. That he's got like white coat syndrome. Like he just hates going to like GPs or anything like that.
Yeah.
He's found a nurse, really calm, really helpful. And I said, you are well within your right to ask for that person every time. Never let me think,
absolutely.
let me give you to somebody else. And because I think, whoever you talk to, they always think, they were asking for this person because they think the person they've been assigned isn't good enough or isn't qualified. It's not that. It's because their bedside manner is dog shit. So Adam has found a person that works for him. So yeah, never let yourself be bullied into seeing the wrong person, if you found someone that really works for you as well.
I'm going to expand on what Anomalina was saying. Whenever I was going for my ADHD diagnosis and I wanted to be ruled out autistic just to test that as well, I told my counselor what I was going through, and she's like, "Oh, you're not autistic." And it makes you feel it like it's just not like you start second guessing yourself. I don't know
Yeah.
how to explain it, but it's like, well, is it really that bad? Like, am I really struggling? Like, maybe
Yeah.
it's not that bad. But yeah, just advocate for yourself, because if I would have listened to her, like, I never would have, rather than say, "Oh, well, that's interesting. Like, tell me more about that. Like, what do you
Yeah.
think that?" No, she's like, "You're not autistic." And then she went on something else. And I'm just like, and I told my friend that, and she has like a doctorate in counseling. And she was like, "That's really dismissive." I'm
That's
like,
a
"I
bad
know.
counselor. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous." And it's just
Yeah.
like, why don't you ask me more about these things? Like, ask me some of my symptoms that I'm experiencing. Don't just be dismissive and go on to something else. Like, so definitely advocate for yourself and really stand up for yourself.
Yeah. Don't trust somebody just because they have a doctorate, because sometimes they're also biased
Yeah.
or an idiot.
Also, I think I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Kedekai mentioned a good point, which is in some places you might be restricted to like a catchment area or like a place where only like you only have access to a certain amount of doctors in a certain area. And if you are in a situation where you're stuck with a care provider, be a problem. I don't
Yeah.
care how problematic you feel, be a problem, be difficult, and
Yeah, you matter. You definitely matter.
exactly. Say things like one of the things that has helped me so much that I learned from this community is if you're not going to give me a referral, can you put that in my file that you think that I don't need this referral? And then they
Yes.
start to second guess themselves. They're like, oh, okay, maybe I
Oh
will
shit,
give
you're
you
gonna
that
embarrass
referral.
me? Oh no.
Exactly. There's tons of like little scripts that you can find that other chronically ill people use or other autistic people use. So I would encourage you to be a problem to your GP if you're stuck with them.
Yeah. I know.
I did have.
Oh, please.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, I had a friend who was having a very hard time with their primary care physician. And she literally just kind of had a breakdown in the office one day and was like, "You don't have to deal with this stuff every day. I have to deal with this stuff every day. You don't have to go home and suffer. I have to go home and suffer. So what are you going to do about it? It's your job to do something about this." And after she had that meltdown, the doctor actually apologized and was like, "You know what? You're right. I don't have to experience this every day. So let me put in this referral." So as much as it's scary and it's difficult, please be a problem.
Yeah. But yeah, being public about it is a really good way to
Yeah.
get what you need from a doctor. You do it in the middle of a surgery. They don't want patients talking and saying, "Oh no, these doctors are shit," because they know they'll leave. So like I said, be loud, be a problem, do the most annoying thing that you can think of to get noticed, because it will help.
Yeah. A lot of the people in this community have been obviously getting a diagnosis is a huge one, but a lot of people have also been trying to get their benefits, and that's a whole another 3-hour conversation for another time, because they will do everything they can to not give you your benefits. But I remember Sash was just told no. We just kept saying to Sash, "I know you're tired, I know you're weary, I know that everybody's been saying no to you." And unfortunately for Sash, it took them saving up their money and having going privately for like an immediate private appointment. They got x-rays, I think, they got scans, they got this, they got that, and they got what they were entitled to. And whether or not you can afford to go privately is a completely separate matter, but you've got to keep going. You cannot just they want you to fucking lie down there and die and just stop being a nuisance, stop being a problem, so they can just go home and continue to live their lives. But you're entitled to these things. You're a grown ass adult. This is to everybody, by the way, whether you've got autism or not. You're a grown ass adult, and you're entitled to these things. Can make you feel like a problem. That doesn't mean you're a problem. You have to, and advocacy. I think, like Anomalina said, the only person that's going to fight for you is you. If you're lucky, you'll get somebody on your side. I know Elena, they just been, their benefits have just been turned off like a fucking tap, and somebody's taken a real interest in them, like this real good lawyer who's working pro bono for them. But, you know, most of the time it's only you. So just don't give up. If you're being told, no, come here and we will refuel you, we will get you going again. If you're just feeling so goddamn sick of hearing the word no. But yeah, you got to keep pushing. We have another question. This one's an interesting one. If anybody would like to give this a go. So I have an autistic partner who just can't communicate and keeps lying to me about everything and blames it on autism. Is that normal for people with autism? Now, I will allow people maybe to, I guess, do whatever they want with this question. If you want to, come at it from any angle. If anybody has any kind of answer, feel free to jump in.
I can start. I feel like this is a big question that requires kind of a lot, many different pieces. But one thing I would say is a relationship is a relationship, regardless of the diagnoses that someone is dealing with. And communication is a part of a relationship. It's a requirement. It's a need in a relationship. And if communication is not happening, then it's a sign of an unhealthy relationship. I think when someone is autistic, they do have communication differences. There are social differences. And a lot of the time, the way that someone has grown up maybe indicates the way that they will interact with their partners in the future and with their romantic partners. And it sounds like this person seems to have quite a bit of trauma and potentially is using autism as an excuse. But a lot of the times I find that people who have autism actually don't like to lie because it's very stressful. And a lot of autistic people who do end up in this lying kind of state end up doing that because they see it as a coping skill or it's gotten them through certain things. So in my opinion, this is worthy of directly addressing it and saying, hey, like, I'm noticing that this is happening and this is a recurring pattern, and letting them know as well, like being validating that you're not against them, you want to work with them, and see how that goes. If they're open to communicating, if they're open to healing, I would suggest therapy. That's one of the things. Like Anomalina has said that CBT is very different than DBT. I would strongly back that up, that I hated CBT. I found that it made me worse.
Actively made me worse, yeah.
Yes, but DBT, and I also did ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy. I find that those two were so much more helpful than any bit of CBT. So if you haven't found the right therapy that worked for you or your partner, keep trying. And I would say open up communication as much as possible, because in any relationship, lying and stuff like that is a red flag. So you want to address that directly, is my opinion.
I wanna back all that up, because you've basically said exactly what I was gonna say. As somebody who came from a relationship with a liar, a compulsive liar, somebody who was controlling, I would like to say that lying is a red flag, and it doesn't matter whether they're autistic or not. If they are a grown-ass adult committing to a relationship, they have to be held to that. Basically, it's a two-way street. You can have things that you find difficult if you're autistic. Like I find talking about difficult subjects very hard in a relationship because I don't want to upset people. I'm very people pleasy in a relationship, and I will fawn so that the other person will be nicer to me, essentially, and that's not good for anybody either. So yeah, communicating with this person, and I don't want to label them as like a liar, because that could be your version of that experience. That could be something totally different to them. They could be portraying a certain trait of also fawning. They could be just a conflict avoidance. They don't want to do anything that will rock the boat, and so they make up something because they know that's helped them in the past. But these aren't helpful things in a relationship, and they need to be addressed. And I think it's very important, if you think there are other red flags in the relationship, then maybe the relationship isn't for you regardless of the communication, because that can also happen. Like if you do communicate this and they keep shutting you down in some way, they don't want to work with you, so why should you work with them? So I would caution considering whether this relationship is for you and them, and whether this is helpful for either of you, even if you don't communicate it and you just make a decision, because it's so important to get things across. And anyone, we see it in the news quite a lot. It's usually CEOs, businessmen, usually using their autism as a reason to be inappropriate. And it's not an excuse. It just isn't. There may be across sort of like there's almost like a Venn diagram where somebody has a cognitive disability on top of that might make them not understand that that's wrong, but you probably would know, because that's usually quite clear. And the type of people that use it as an excuse, as opposed to a learning opportunity, and wanting to do something that's better, they suck. I'm sorry. It's just, you don't want people like that in your life. We don't want these nasty CEOs that are like, I touched a lady because I'm autistic. Fuck you. I don't want those kind of people in the community ever, and no one should be treated differently just because they're autistic, and you shouldn't give them kid gloves just because they're autistic.
Yeah, I agree what you both said. I will say that something that has helped me with communication, because I struggle a lot with processing thoughts when there's like a disagreement or whatever. So what we've done is we call it the talking orange. So we have like a piece of fruit, whatever fruit that we have in the kitchen. Like we'll sit on the couch and we get our piece of fruit, and whoever has the piece of fruit, they get to talk, and they talk until they get all of their thoughts out. And sometimes like I'll just hold the fruit and just think in between thoughts. But it helps slow the conversation down. It helps not being really reactionary. And that's helped me a lot, and my partner a lot. So and then once you have like all of your thoughts, then you hand the piece of fruit over, and then they say whatever, and then you just kind of slowly pass it back and forth, and it's more calm, rather than talking just at each other.
Yeah.
That's helped me a lot, so I figured that might help.
I also think timeouts are very valuable with difficult conversations. As somebody who is a fawner, I struggle to process a lot of information in one go. So if you tell me an upsetting thing, or something that makes me react in an upset manner, I need time to go and think about it a bit before I speak again, because I will get words jumbled. I might use the wrong kind of language because I'll be using an emotional language as opposed to I feel statements. These are really important, by the way, for communicating. Saying I feel instead of you did or you didn't is so much more helpful with these kinds of conversations, because you're not pointing blame at something. You're just saying, this is how this made me feel. is there something we can do about this? So what I employ now when I'm having difficult conversations with people is the timeout. Is like, I need to go for a walk, or I need to make a cup of tea or fold laundry or whatever it is that makes you process information better so that you can communicate better when you need to speak, is also a really important thing to try and fit in if you're like me and process information slowly.
I agree. And on that note, something that has really helped with my relationships with my loved ones is the understanding that I might come back to something afterwards. Like we
Yes.
may have talked about it and it might be like a done thing that we feel like, okay, we've talked about it, we're good, we've moved on. But then a few days later, I might be like, oh, but I forgot to mention this, or
Yeah.
I'm actually not okay with that. And I thought I was, things like that. So my loved ones have given me the reassurance that, hey, like if you recognize something a few days later, we can always go back to a certain topic. It's never done completely. So it's just helpful for me to know that, like, if I remember something 5 days later, it's fine to go back to that topic. They're not going to judge me about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely need time to process, like Anomalina said. And I always say, hey, I need some time to think about this. Give me like 5 minutes and I'll come back. Like if you say that this is important, I just need my time to process, but I'm going to come back. Like let them know that you're not going to abandon them. You just need your time to think, because that's been a problem with us in the past is my partner will think that, I'm leaving, I'm not leaving, I just need time. And it's not that I'm mad, I just need time to process. So if you tell them, this is really important to me and I want to give this my full attention, let me think about this for 5 minutes and then I'll come back. Always tell them that you'll come back.
Yeah, and it's okay to say you don't know and that you'll get back to them later.
Yeah.
Like my husband will say something in the moment and I'm like, I don't know. I'm so stressed out right now. I am at meltdown level. Don't ask me these questions. Maybe in an hour.
Okay. Right, let's just see. I think we've got 2 questions left. I feel like they've mostly been covered. What I will do is I'll ask them both at the same time. I don't know if that's a terrible idea or not. If there's anything you like from either of them you want to dig into, you're more than welcome to. But like I said, I feel like we've kind of covered these already. And once we decide what we want to do with these questions, maybe we can go around and you can give like final thoughts, anything you want to say before you go. And then I think, yeah, we'll have hit like 3 hours, which is amazing. So yeah, the questions are, and don't forget, you can pick any pieces of these that you want to, or just choose not to answer them. Where on the spectrum are you? How does your autism show? Is the first question. And the second question is, how did you come to the realization that you were living with autism? Was it from childhood, certain behaviors, or patterns? Like I said, I think we've covered them, but I want to just make sure everybody's question does get asked at least, because people have taken the time. So it was, where on the spectrum are you? How does your autism show? How did you come to the realization that you were living with autism? Was it from childhood, certain behaviors, or patterns? So there you go.
I think it's important to mention where on the spectrum are you? It's a false thing.
Yeah.
There's no such thing, because as we already mentioned earlier, most people think of the bar and it's like, are you here, or here?
Yeah.
And I know that in America, when they diagnose people, they give them levels, which I think is awful. Where it's like, I think 1 is less severe and 3 is like, they need a lot more support, and that's all that actually is. So there is a use to that kind of language. When I was diagnosed, it was right on the cusp of when we stopped using the word Asperger's. So all of my documentation is Asperger's related that I got. And the reason we changed that is A, that dude was a Nazi. We don't want to be associated with him. And B, Asperger's was considered it is autism, but it's like the useful autism is basically what that is, according to a Nazi scientist. And so I would be considered level 1, where it's like very low support needs, masks really highly, is able to engage in society, is able to be productive, is literally what that originally was for. And that's the danger of saying, where are you on the spectrum? It's like, you can't say, because like one day I might be in the red and other days I'll be in the blue, if you want to think of it as like a circle, like we were saying earlier, like a pie chart. I actually don't see it as a pie chart. I didn't say this earlier. I call it more of an asterism, which is almost like a galaxy. So if you imagine like how stars look in a star chart, but not flat, fully 3D, I think it's actually closer to that. And that's what neurotypes are. And it just so happens that like I have the autistic trait from over here, but I have the ADHD trait from here. So it actually matches around here somewhere. And then someone else might not have any of that, and someone else might have something else different. And that's all that actually is. There's no levels. There's no like worse or better. There's just different. So I just wanted to get that out, that where am I? It changes depending on the day or the year in some cases. So,
and I think what all you just said is very important information for people. I think we'll try to learn today, try and understand today. So I think that will certainly help people. You've just said as well.
Yeah, hope
Exactly.
so.
For myself, I was diagnosed with level 1, but like, again, it's just the way that they're trying to quantify that is how much support do you need on a daily basis. And even that fluctuates, like Anomalina said. Like there might be 1 week where I didn't face a lot of triggers, things are sensory great, like and I have a lot of capacity. And then the next week or even the next hour, it might be completely different. So yeah, I affirm that it's, you can't really ask where on the spectrum are you. It's more like what traits are you dealing with, and like what are your specific nuances, things like that. What are your differences? And then when it comes to realizing about autism, somebody else said, I don't know who it was, but I've always known in my entire life that I'm different. It was very obvious that I'm different. And just like Anomalina, my parents were constantly moving, so nobody had time to get to know me. And I was just like floating from place to place to place. And so it wasn't necessarily something that a lot of other people could pick up on, but they saw that like clearly I'm not normal in terms of what they see. And that was always a big issue in my childhood with other kids, with professionals, teachers in education. I was always getting into trouble. I was always a problematic child. And so it wasn't until I was much older and after all of my ADHD journey and BPD journey and therapy that I realized the therapy wasn't taking away my sensory issues. It wasn't taking away the communication issues and things like that. But it really wasn't until somebody else got diagnosed. And the doctor did say that that's often how it is for adults who've been missed or who are highly masking. It's that a lot of the time it's somebody else who's been diagnosed. Like Chris mentioned, they work with children who have autism, and that's how they were able to tell that he has autism. And it's the same thing. Like with my niece, she has the same traits that I do. We're so similar, and it was only through her getting diagnosed that I started to look into it for myself. So, yeah, paying attention to your traits and stuff. And if somebody is saying like, oh, I've heard people say, oh, you want to be autistic so bad. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be anything. I just want to be understood. I want my suffering to no longer be in silence anymore. I want to have words for what I'm dealing with.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I'm also level 1. And the way that it presents, it's mostly like the social stuff and the sensory stuff. One thing that I didn't mention today that I experience with social, um, I let conversations drop because I feel like something doesn't need a response.
Oh my god,
Um,
same.
yeah. Yeah. Because and people will be expecting something else and I just don't say anything else, because I'm like, oh, the this thought is done, so I don't say anything else.
Mm.
Um, and actually, one thing I wrote in my notes, I'm probably one of the very few people that prefers phone calls rather than text because it's easier for me to keep the conversations going. Because if I answer a text, it just stops and then I don't even get to catch up with the person. So that's one thing I did want to mention is a lot of social stuff, but I did want to mention about like conversations dropping and not picking up on certain social cues and things like that.
Yeah, that's what some of my traits are when it comes to socializing is I think this is why I get on so much better when I'm in like a group of people. Like one-on-one is great for like professional environments for me because it means I get the information that I need and there's no distraction in it. But socially, I actually need like a safe in, which is usually other people talking. I cannot keep conversations going naturally on my own. So I find one-on-ones really stressful to deal with. Because I don't know how to continue something. If my thought is finished, my thought is finished. So I like with one of my friends, we communicate entirely by voice messages on WhatsApp, and it's the best because you can just pick it up when you're free and put it down when you're not, and you can just come back to it if you need to. And there's no expectation from this one friend like that there's gonna be a response because maybe there's nothing to add, and we just wanted to say something, and then in my Discord with my group of friends and my community, it's that I don't even necessarily want to talk. I just want to hang out. And so I can just sit in there and they'll do all the talking. And if I have something to say, I can add something. I find that so much easier to do. And why I get on with text better than like in-person stuff is because I don't have to be reading someone's body language. I don't have to look at their facial features. I don't have to be taking in all this visual information on top of what's being said. It's just what's being said and then an emote, which is way easier for me to like understand. Like if someone puts a kappa in chat, I know they're kidding, but without that, I haven't got a fucking clue half the time. I don't know if people are joking, and I get really uncomfortable with those types of people that are telling jokes all the time because I'm like, is it a joke or is it true? I don't understand. It's stressful information for me.
Yeah, I have to specifically ask if people
Yeah.
are joking because I literally don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I get so tense when you have the kind of person that's always telling a joke. So when they do tell you a real thing, you're like, I don't. Is this? Am I meant to be laughing? I don't understand. It's it's all that extra stuff. So and that's how I got into Twitch in the first place. Streaming is because that was a way for me to communicate with people on a level that was easier for me. Like before I got into streaming, I didn't tell people my real name. I didn't do phone calls. I didn't do online stuff with people. I didn't use a microphone or any of that stuff because it was all too much information. And then when I discovered that you could just type to people and then only have to read text if you wanted to, oh my God, it opened up my life entirely. Like I didn't start socializing until I was able to get online, which was in my late 20s. So it's made such a difference for me.
I just wanted to say that the doctor that diagnosed me said that I probably do things to help with my autism that I don't realize are to help with my autism. And that's one of the things. I've always been online. I've always connected with people better over online rather than people in person. And I never understood it until recently. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. what we'll do now is we'll go around a little circle. If anybody has any final thoughts, anything I'd like to say, LPS has just popped back into chat. LPS, if you want to jump back in, there is still time for you to say hello and goodbye, but you don't have to. I think life has happened all over LPS today. Heather, why don't we start with you? Just
Yeah.
any final thoughts, really?
Yeah, basically, if you find something that works for you, then do it. Doesn't matter if you have a diagnosis or not. If it helps your life, then just do it. You matter, and advocate for yourself.
Zaya?
Yeah, I wanted to say that this was really awesome. Thank you for having me, first of all. I'm really excited. I'm always really excited about these talks. But I also wanted to say that don't just listen to us. There
Yeah.
are many, it's the spectrum, like Anomalina was saying, was like a galaxy. Like there's so much out there. And it just so happens that every person on the panel today is white passing and we're more feminine presenting. And we have similar experiences. And we're very verbal, each one of us that are on the panel talk today. But there's a lot of POC, people of color, who get overlooked, people who use assistive communication devices that get overlooked, and things like that. So I would encourage anybody that's found this helpful, please also listen to voices from people of color, from very high support needs, people who can't verbalize as well. We want to hear perspectives all over the spectrum, not just like one particular part or anything. We're all different individuals here, but we just so happen to all be white passing, more feminine presenting people. So just wanted to put it out there that different voices need to be heard as well.
Agreed. Like I said, the first 3 panels, including this, everybody that's applied is white passing, feminine presenting so far. So I have a lot of work to do to try and get some other voices into these. But yeah, we're going to do our best. Anomalina.
I kind of was going to cover that, to be honest, because we didn't get around to it. I am somebody who uses Blue Sky as my socializing platform, and a lot of the community that I follow there are specifically people who are autistic, and I've had to go out. You really have to go and look for them, but when you find them, they're everywhere. There are starter packs on Blue Sky, and lists on Blue Sky that are specifically Black people and people of color that are on the autistic spectrum that talk publicly and are available for seminars and to be paid. This is the other thing. That's what I'm going to say, actually. If anyone wants you to talk about something on a thing and give your time, don't let them not pay you. If you're doing like this big specific thing, just because you're disabled doesn't mean you don't deserve to be compensated, because it is still work. But yeah, there are a lot of groups out there that are like either people of color or Black, or both, and that talk about these topics as well. And they're so important. And it definitely needs to be a lot more work put into talking to the non-speaking or low-speaking community as well. Because they often get overlooked entirely because their communication is different. And I follow a bunch of people that, like, I see the way they communicate with each other, and I understand how they're doing it. And it's so lovely to see just a different way of life when you haven't really been exposed to it. And I'm actually going to go and learn how to do sign language because of it, because I want to be able to talk to these people in the way that makes sense to them. And I think it's important for all of us to remember to do those things.
Beautiful. LPS says, thanks for hearing us out, peeps. It's very appreciated. And I hope what was discussed here today has helped or bettered your understanding. And Gibbsy says, I have my first in-person autism appointment set up in February. Had a great time listening tonight. I appreciate you, Gibbsy.
Great news.
I want to say a big thank you to Anomalina. Big thank you to Zaya. Big thank you to Heather. Big thank you to LPS. If anybody, if you want to follow these people, everybody except Heather is a streamer. If you go to the title of the stream right now, click on their names, it will take you to their pages. So if anybody you feel like particularly following, getting to know them more, This is the first. Excuse me. The second one will be about scoliosis and spinal issues, because would you believe we've got about 10 people have inquired about this one so far. I think we have our 4, potentially 5 people locked in for that one, but that is going to be intriguing. That'll be pretty much exactly a month from today. That is the plan. And as for the rest of the stream today, I think what we're going to do is play a little bit of Resident Evil, and then in 59 minutes, it's the Resident Evil 9 showcase with a little bit more gameplay. I feel like we've had quite a bit of gameplay so far, but Capcom has found a little bit more they want to share with us ahead of the release, I think in February, maybe. But that is the plan. As for now, I'll take a break and I'll release you all back out into the world. Thank you again. Have a lovely rest of your days.
Thanks for having us, Platt.
You're very welcome. Anytime.
been
Thank
great.
you. And thank you, everyone.
And I apologize
Yeah,
for the
thanks
spoon
for everyone.
deficiencies you may have over the next 2 or 3 days. I apologize. 3 hours, you guys absolutely nailed it. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
back. I had a great time. I had a really good time doing that. Oh, I've wanted to do one of those for about 6 months, I can't lie. Just kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. But as the Platinum Lounge is moving towards being the lounge, we're going to be doing a lot more stuff like this. I basically said they're going to be monthly. I immediately want to do a second autism panel because we've had so many people asking to be in the next one. So, yeah, we might end up doing a bit more regularly than monthly. How are we doing in chat? Just in case people did not hear, we're going to play roughly an hour of Resi 7. I won't do the thing I need to do. We're basically up against the final boss of the whole game. And I have a bit of a deficiency of bullets, of health, of all kinds of things. But yeah, I guess we can learn some strats. And then roughly, exactly in 51 minutes, I might even, might even get it ready. We're going to be watching the showcase for Resident Evil 9 Requiem. I'm assuming if I type in Capcom, they'll have like a countdown thing. Is it on Capcom? Where will be not that. If I type in Resident Evil 9 showcase. I like it when they have like a countdown clock. Not everybody does it. Yeah, not everybody does it. Let me see if I can. Yeah, if I can find the page, at least I can set it up. We might have to rush around later. So it can be found on Capcom's European YouTube channel. Okay, they're just doing that thing where they don't have a live countdown, which is really disappointing. Okay, I guess we'll just come back here a bit later. Maybe they do, but maybe it's like 15 minutes before or something. Either way, I'll have that page kind of ready to go. And yeah, we'll live react to the new trailer, hopefully shortly. Okami, no worries at all. Thank you for being here. Alex, thank you for being here. And Alex, thank you for the follow as well. Gibbs, I appreciate you. Thank you so much to everyone who showed up and engaged with this. Zaya, you're echoing exactly my sentiments. Heather as well. Oh God, I'm so sorry I missed the whole... Almost to the minute, Melissa. Yes. Yeah. Unfortunately, your life was timed so purposefully. You've come to everything other than the autism chat. But this is what VODs are for. I've created a new playlist on my YouTube channel that will have all of our chats. I've called it the Chronic Lounge. The Twitch VOD will be up for 30 days or 60 days or however long. So it will be available. I really enjoyed today's stream. Abby, I'm happy to hear it. I'm looking forward to you being part of the Firebird one or the Spine one or both in the future. I'm going to make some comfort food among... Enjoy, Anomaline, enjoy. Right. Okay, so I think the showcase is set up. So yeah, I think what we'll do... I think there are a few tweaks I can make to this as well. I think it served today very nicely. Anomalina, thank you again for the post that I kind of, co-opted over here. It worked very nicely for us. I think I know a few tweaks we can make here as well for next time. There we go. Right. I don't think we're going to kill Jack, but we're going to try. All we can do is try. Yeah, the problem is... it's very good. It looks very professional to me. The problem with where we are now with Jack, actually, I've changed the title on Twitch. Why don't I change the title on YouTube as well? At least let me change to tell people what game I'm playing. Manage video, because I had it set to I forget the category. Not podcast, but something like podcast. Bum, bum. Yeah, people and blogs I changed it to. I figured that was probably the best one. Yeah, that's all looking good. That's all looking good. I need to make a new thumbnail as well. Boop. But yeah, unfortunately just being ill, there are a few things I wanted to do I just didn't get around to doing. Right, we'll leave that there. That there. Welcome to our band of adventurers. That's super nice of you. Anomalina, let me give you one of these as well. Where are you? There you are. Trying to find your face among the load of faces on my stream deck. There we go. Make sure to follow Anomalina. Lovely human being. Last seen playing. Was this the demo or the full game? Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. It may have been the demo.
Stabber with the cane, right?
I remember them saying they were dropping a demo. I forget
Knife
whether
in
the actual full game is out yet. Right, the problem we have today with Resi 7 is that we're basically... We saved at one of the save points, but the game is now dropping us straight back into the boss fight. It's one of those annoying things where I don't think I can go back to where we saved. So we just have to be dropped in here the whole time. Let me turn the game volume way down. Let me give you game volume. The game is out in a couple of weeks. The demo is just the first 5 to 10. That's a decent demo. I remember back in the day on PlayStation 1, they used to give you decent demos. These days, not so much. Right, let me just do some exploring first. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out a few things for this fight. We are playing on Madhouse difficulty. Let me just see all the corners and see if there are any things we can pick up. So that is... Oh! That was enhanced gun ammo. That's very helpful. Thank you. Those games, they look very, they're very beautiful, look very cute. And I like the idea of having a save file from a demo that you can carry over. I wish more games did that. I'd probably be more into demos if they did, to be honest. Yeah, that sounds like a very good idea. Right, we did spot a bit of enhanced ammo, but let's see what else we can find. Oh, God. The fact that we killed Jack twice in this game already, and yet we have to kill him again. What was in there? Oh, that's just normal handgun ammo. I'm basically doing some research at the moment, chat. Just some research. I want to know what is available to us in the corners of this room. So that is the enhanced handgun ammo. Yeah, we've actually run out of space for it, annoyingly. Okay, I don't think there's anything here. I think we get something in this corner, though. Yeah, so that's some shotgun ammo. And that is some chem fluid. So that means we can make at least a second healing item. Actually, I suppose the boxes... It's always random with the boxes, isn't it? I'd love to believe that chem fluid will be there again next time, but I don't think it will be. Okay. Okay, well, at least the enhanced handgun ammo will always be there. We're probably going to die now, but that's fine. We're just exploring the space right now. Shotgun shells and bullets. And that is... Oh, that's at first aid. I did not know there was first aid up there. If that's there every time, I'll call that a win. What is that? Handgun ammo? Okay. Okay. That's good. Right, I need to probably heal. We're not going to beat him this time because, like I said, we've just been figuring a few things out. Yeah, his punches basically take out like 90% of my health bar, which is very disappointing. You are dead. Yes, game, I know. It's like a freaking Souls game. Get your ass back into the house. Let me know if the game is a good volume as well. I've turned it quite low, so I think this boss fight just happens to be quite loud. Right, so we get thrown here. Ow. Yeah, where does the health appear in relation to where we spawn? Once I get my bearings, we can actually give the fight a go. But yeah, we're a 2-hit kill to this guy. 2 hits. It's not ideal. Get your ass back to the house. I'll deal with you later. Ouch. Right. I think he's blocking the way to the healing item. Can you... Oh my god, the fact that... Okay, game. Okay.
This is getting old, Jack.
It is, like, really fucking old. This is the 3rd time we fought this guy. Right, so it will always be here. Okay, that's good to know. We'll probably just end up dying this time because... I find it so difficult to hit a moving target with these eyes. Like, just so difficult. Oh, up he comes. Ow, I was so far away from you, Jack. I was so far away. Come here, boy. I'm good over here, if it's alright with you. It's all the same to you. Are we going to die before we pick this up? No. Oh, I think he's about to punch me and we'll probably die then instead. Okay, right, a shotgun. If we're going to try, we'll start with a shotgun. No, I don't want you to fucking climb. How did you... Oh. Yeah, dude's reach is crazy. I'm going to see if I can load back into the previous room. Just in case there's anything in our locker that we can use. I don't know that there is. I think it's me and my wits. And the fact it's me and my wits fills me with terror. See, the first thing that happens is me getting hit and my health is just gone. Which is a problem. Yeah. What if I do end? End the game or return to the main menu? Yes. So if I, instead of doing continue, can I do load? Will this take us back to the previous room? That's an auto. Which is the best one? That's an autosave from today. Yeah, let's load you. Yes, I'm hoping this takes us back to the actual save point rather than the boss fight. It does. Right, that's good. This means we can strategize. I wish I had a lockpick. I wish I had a lockpick. Okay. Right, let's take a look at what we've got. Handgun. Mag ammo. I've not got a mag though. Croquis, toy axe. Enhanced. Right, I think we need the enhanced handgun ammo. That's a given. Repair kit, antique coin, gunpowder. I don't think we can make anything with gunpowder. Grenade launcher, but we've not got any grenades. Is that right? I mean, I did use all my grenades for good reasons. Can I get my nails done? Very nice, Abby. I hope you have a nice time getting your nails done. Yeah, we're going to need to figure out what we can make. Herbs. Let's take the herbs as well. Right, what can we make? Absolutely nothing, is what I'm hearing. Oh, if I only had some strong chem fluid. I need some more strong chem fluid. I don't know where to get any, though. Can I leave? I can. I think, chat, we're going to have to go backwards to go forwards. I think we're going to need to go back through the game and see if there's anything we didn't find. You see, what I really need is the guy that, you know, what are you buying, what are you selling? I need him to sell me a few trinkets that might help me with my endeavors. I need more healing items and I need probably more enhanced ammo. Right, was there anything back here that I missed? No. I'm hoping we don't get attacked by anything, though. I feel like now that we've achieved the final Jack boss... Oh, bitch. Well, there goes that hope. It's all right. If we... Carney, welcome in. Good to see you. Mess them up, we'll do our best. We're going back to looking for anything we may have missed, like healing items, bullets, anything we can find. We don't have to save, so this can be just a bit of a kamikaze run. If we die, we die. But yeah, I could really do with some more anything. Truth be told, I think the maximum amount of health packs we can do that with is 3. Just listing what I have. Okay. How far back can we go? Because I really want to be able to go back into like the main house. How was your day today? If he dies, he dies. Yes, that's the plan at the moment. Just doing some searching, and if we die, we die. But if we find some health, let the good times roll. Nothing. Anyone had some tasty food today earlier? I had some pulled pork, mini duck spring rolls, and udon noodles. I mean, I love all of that, but it's not often that people mention duck in the chat. I am a fucking huge duck fan. Huge duck fan. Anytime I order from a Chinese takeaway, I like to get duck pancakes. I love duck pancakes with hoisin sauce. It's got to have hoisin sauce. It's gotta. I'm getting the impression we're not going to find anything, which is making me sad. I think I've already scoured the entire place. The entire place. We do have an earlier save that I made, which we could use if needed, and I suppose I could then play the game from there smarter, better. So maybe we could leave ourselves a bit more health at the end, but I don't know. I think we're kind of where we need to be. I don't think there's anything we can do. Just got to get good. Down here. So does this mean the rest of the house is now closed off to me? Oh no. This is the rest of the house, isn't it? I think. Yes, thank goodness. I'm all good. Deep into my A to Z challenge. Remind me what that is. Is that the new Pokemon AZ game? Or is that something else? You may have told me and I may have forgotten. Mine was just a co-op mix and match that you cook yourself. My friend, duck is great whatever the situation is. But yeah, I'm a big fan of duck pancakes. I love them. I love them very much. Absolutely swimming in hoisin though. And I ate it with chopsticks because I can. Lovely, mate. If you can, if you got it, flaunt it. Yeah, I've not had pulled pork in a minute as well. I would kill for either of those for dinner tonight. Some pulled pork or some duck pancakes. That would be lovely. I think you're a bomb one. Which means you got nothing in you. Yeah, agreed. Okay, back. The good thing is though, I have psychostimulants, so we can use them and potentially see things I've not found yet. What are you? That's handgun ammo. That won't help me too much. Okay, let's go down here. Am I carrying any right now? Any psychostimulants? No, they're in my box. That's okay. We can access the box down here. Psychostimulants times 2. Let's take them both. We're going to use them, but we're not going to save. We're just doing this so we can figure out where things are. Right, see where items are for a limited time. So no, the items there we don't need. I can't see any items out in the garden. I assumed there'd be a few that I'd missed. Okay, nothing down there. Hey Josh, welcome back. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Right, we know about those. So show me 2 things down here. Just praying that we find something usable. Maybe some health. Maybe some bullets. Something. All we need is something. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing today? Let me quickly pause the game there. How are we doing? Peckish now is having a bowl of Mateys cereal. I don't know Mateys. I have to take a look. I'm a big cereal guy. As soon as I found milk that I could get on with, I was a big cereal guy. Charlie, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a lovely day. If any raiders need to raid and run, de-stream, take meds, hydrate, please do. Self-care is very important. We're playing a little bit of Resident Evil 7. The first 3 hours of the stream, we had a big panel on autism where we had some lovely guests that were chatting away with us. We're playing a quick bit of Resident Evil 7 because in 28 minutes' time, it's a Resident Evil 9 showcase and we're going to watch it together. That's the plan. That is the plan. How are you doing, Raiders? AZ challenge is getting plats for each letter. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know about that, Carly. That sounds amazing. Is that, are you going to like fill in the gaps or are you going to do a full A to Z playthrough? Finally finished all the exams for the semester. Now for a small break before starting the next. Hey, Joss, good idea. Give yourself a lovely break. You've earned it. Lucky Charms, no. I think Akami, at least to my knowledge, Obviously, we live in a similar place, but for the first 20 years of my life, they were not sold in the UK, I believe. I think they may be available now, but I never got into them, no. My chat is broken, so I can't see anything in chat. Hopefully my message is still sending. I just see a big black block. Well, Charlie, I can see your messages. I can see it. Hope you had a lovely stream. Excuse me. Mateys is similar. Okay. How are you, Platt? I'm playing Skyrim with 1,986 mods. Tell me your favorite couple of mods, Charlie. That's a lot of mods. That's a lot of mods. I'm fine. Like I said, we're going to be watching the Resident Evil 9 panel, or showcase, I should say, in 27 minutes. So we're just doing a bit of Resi 7 in the meantime. But yeah, I appreciate you thinking of me. If you need to raid and run, do whatever you need to do. Doing something a bit more special, doing a game series per letter. Okay, cool. What are you working on at the moment? I like the alternate perspective one, where you get to start the game in different ways. Okay. That's cool. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time with it. They stopped doing Lucky Charms here. I was gutted. If you get it now, it's imported. Yeah, I don't often see them about. Oh, and one where you can tame all the animals over Skyrim. That's amazing. That's amazing. AC Revelations. It's said on the first two. Very good. Yeah, I'm a big AC fan. Love it. It was hard to get it working with so many mods. Charlie, I bet it was. I bet your computer was screaming. Screaming for... enhanced gun ammo. Nice. I bet your computer was screaming for mercy, Charlie. Screaming for mercy. But I'm what's that? Oh, it's an antique coin. Nice. I've got to remember about that. The location for that one. What are you? Oh, it's a bobblehead. That's handgun ammo. These pills work really well. These psychostimulants, they work really well. How do I crouch? There we go. Right, what's through here? Oh, I've got to use the key, have I? Oh, shit, I don't have the key on me. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, let's go back. It's always screaming for mercy with me. I've also got 1,000 mods for Baldur's Gate 3. 1,000 is incredible, Charlie. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, well, you know what? I like the idea of mods. I think it'd be fun if they came to console. But yeah, we make do with what we have. What kind of mods do you have for Baldur's Gate 3? I'd love to know. I bet you've got some good ones for that too. Right, let's take a few more psychostimulants, shall we? Bingo, right. What are you? I think this is ammo from what I recall. Oh, that's the other side of the door. Oh. What are you? Handgun ammo. We're finding a lot of handgun ammo. It's not really going to do much against Jack. You know? It's not going to do much against Jack. Right, any more of these little markers? Guys, did you enjoy the autism panel? Tell me. I'd love to know. I had a really, really, really good time. I've wanted to do these health panels for a long time. Obviously, the Platinum Lounge was built out of my chronic health. And now I really want to explore other people's chronic health and continue to do these panels. Okay, there seems to be two things above. Nothing in here, I don't think. How do we get up there? Nothing here. The only thing of any interest we found so far is a coin. I think we're the other side of this door now because I did not bring the snake key with me because I'm an idiot. But that is good to know. It's good to know the location of another coin. Things up there. Not sure where that is though. Nothing down there. Right, let's make our way back. I was going to ask how your computer hadn't crashed. Yeah. Mod hard. I don't mod at all. I love that. I absolutely love that. Legacy of the Dragonborn mod is a fave for me. Scratches my completionist mind, seeing my progress in a more physical form. Interesting. Can you explain on that a little bit more, hey Joss? I think I got tagged in a message, as in the big black box. There was a small white box, like it tagged my name. I'm sorry, I can't see. Twitch has messed up for me earlier too. No worries, Charlie. If you can hear me, that's fine. And if I can see your messages, we can still communicate. Twitch was broken, so thankfully I could stream this time. Good. Have you seen when people mod characters into games? I think I saw one of the Resident Evil 2 where they replaced Mr. X with... Yes, I have seen that. Those are probably my favourites to watch, where something a bit silly is happening, you know? Something a bit silly. This is not the way out, is it? I thought there was another exit for down here. All right, let's go back up. We'll try going into the main house. We may spot something there. There is, yeah. Yeah, I've there are quite a few games where people are desperate to mod in not safe for work things as well, which can be quite amusing. Is it this way? Yeah, I think this is the one we want. I know when I was looking for guides for Resident Evil 4, YouTube decided that all it wanted to give me was Resident Evil 4 not safe for work stuff all over my YouTube. I mean, I wasn't complaining too much, but yeah, it was everywhere. I like that once I completed a game, I can mod it completely to be almost another game. Yeah, I mean, you get your money's worth. For sure, Charlie. You absolutely get your money's worth. Was it this way? And then this way, I think, yeah. I almost choked on the milk from cereal because I laughed. We're known for being chronic and we're known for being degens here, so this is who we are as people. Modding Skyrim was hard because all the mod packs are marked adult. Suddenly I feel like I need to play Skyrim. Right, we're out of the basement, finer fuckingly. What about if we go back into the main house and we use our pills? This is actually going to work really nicely just as research for the Jack fight. We're not going to save anything we're currently doing. But research, it's invaluable. Okay, so that's the outside. Where is the house? Oh, this is the door to the house, isn't it? Yeah. I almost choked my milk, so I tried to take them out, but there would be some left, and my characters kept ending up very detailed and achy. And I'm like, I can't stream this. When I say detailed, I mean detailed. I need to play Skyrim now, Charlie. You're convincing me. The mod creates a museum in the game. Really? Hey, Dross. Now that is my kind of thing. As a completionist myself, hey, Dross, I won't show all of it, but you know we've got a museum as my starting soon screen, right? I'll show you a little bit of it. Yeah, it's filled with all my platinum trophies. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. So yeah, hey Josh, that sounds incredible. I'd like that to be in just normal games. I'd like that kind of level of respect for completionists. When your starting soon is really cool. Yes, it's going to be upgraded soon as well. My lovely friend Step One is working on the next editions. Right, should we take the psycho, what are they called, psychostimulants? Let's do it. Okay. Anything? I notice a distinct lack of markers here, which is not thrilling for me. Nothing in here either. Oh. I think I must have hoovered everything up. This is a problem. This is a big old problem. Anything in here? No? Come on, game. Give me something. Anything in here? Oh, it's saying there might be something down here. What could you be? Oh, it's round the back of there. Oh, can I not go around there? What is that? That does seem to be meds. So I can't go... Oh, how do I get there? Literally, how do I get to that place? Is it something I have to do via the garden? I wonder if I should play Resi 7 and 8 again before 9 comes out. You've got time. Yeah, I think you'd finish 7 and 8 just before 9 comes out. We are 16 minutes away from the Resident Evil 9 showcase that we're going to be watching together. Going to be live reacting to it. I don't know how you get there, chat. I don't know how you get there. That's annoying as fuck. I think there's some health down there, which will be really good for us for the Jack fight. But I don't know how you get there. Maybe I've got to, like, chop it down or something. Yeah, these 2 markers here. That's a pain in the arse. That is those are the chem we need for making healing items. But how the fuck do we get out there? That's crazy. Maybe they're outside. Haven't got around to 8 yet. 8 is, I'd say I prefer 8 to 7, but I consider them to be like 2 parts of the same story. So, yeah, I'd say get around to 8. My favorite, I've got a slight problem with 8 because my favorite section is the first section. So the rest isn't exactly a chore, but once you leave the castle, everything else feels lame by comparison. So, yeah. So it's basically like under here somehow. Underground. I don't know how you get there. Maybe if I go out to the garden, there's something we can find. Darth, my friend, welcome in. How's the world treating you, Darth? Yeah, it's down here somewhere. Maybe if I use the psychostimulants like now. I've used them all, so I can't use them. But if we load back in, maybe I can see exactly where they appear. I reckon there's a secret little way. A secret... Oh, maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. It won't open. Does this need a lockpick? Shit. What do you need? Oh, there's an item that can go here. Oh, we're finding secrets, chat. 1359. I'm guessing... how have I never been to this little bit of the garden before? It's very nicely hidden. Interesting. Doing all right today? Happy to hear it. I was very happy with the Arsenal game last night. It seems like we could have scored a few more, and they probably scored a few too many. But yeah, I'm still feeling good, in high hopes about it. What if I put you there? Have I got to put down something that's going to make a number? I don't have anything that would make a number, I don't think. Oh, I bet there's an item somewhere in this game I never found. How intriguing. A brand new mystery. Joe, thank you for being here, friend. We will see you soon. Have a lovely night. I need to lurk, Platt. I'm so tired. I'll be here, though. Yeah, stay here for the showcase, if you can. We're lurking in 40 minutes. Darth, we're watching it. We're watching it together. Yeah, we're going to live react to it. Looks like a 7 to me on the board, like a white number. Yeah, I'm assuming what you have to do is put like a shadow in. Because then once we get it, we can put the combo into this. We've got to create a shadow, maybe. I don't know if there's something I was supposed to pick up. Maybe an item. I've never seen this. Well, it's only my second ever playthrough. I've never seen this before. It won't open, yeah. Yeah, just tucked away here like it was... Never would have found it otherwise. No worries, mate. No worries. I can relate to your comment on preferring the start of 8. Metal Gear Solid 2. I only like the first part where you play Snake. I hate Raiden. Fun fact, the only Resident Evil game I've ever played is 2. It didn't really do anything for me, I'd have to say. And people are saying I should probably jump in, maybe try another one. I think if I was going to try another one, I'd probably try 3. The recent remake of 3. Why do I suddenly feel like there are a load of mysteries here that I've never discovered? Why do I feel like I'm missing out on some mysteries? I'm very intrigued by that now. Very intrigued indeed. Can I go underneath here? If I remember rightly, you did encounter the item you needed on a previous stream. Interesting. Shall we go back to the chest and take a look? Maybe I put it away. Found 3 remake fun, but underwhelming. Like it felt kind of empty. Fair enough. I've been watching my friend Hector play it. And I don't know. If I was going to play any of them, it would be that one. I think. Right then. Email, driver's license, scorpion key. Should we try bringing all the keys? I don't necessarily know that they're going to be helpful. Key. Would you think of things that can make shapes? Oh, hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Is it the axe? Hold the where was this place again? Was it here? I was looking at all the items thinking, what looks like a shape? This looks like a shape. I was going through all the items thinking, one of these is going to look like a shape. Will it be a key? Oh. Well, it's still a cool thing to have, but I was kind of hoping for like some kind of weapon I could use. Stabilizer relaxes the muscles and reduces stress, making reloading faster. Well, that's something. It's better than nothing. I'm going to make a note of that. I'm going to make a note of all the things we found. Like I said, this is kind of a freebie. We're not really committing to this because we're in the final Jack fight. I'm just seeing if there are any other things, that I can scrounge up before we go back to the Jack fight. So stabilizer. And we found 1 coin as well. That's good. I've not played 4 remake yet, but I do want to. Is this... Sorry, are we... Can you let me know about 3 and 4? Are we talking about Metal Gear Solid, or are we talking about Resident Evil? I might be jumping between conversations. I see you do have the item. My friend, when I went through that, when I was going through the my chest, I was like, when I saw it, I was like, that looks like a 7. That looks like what we need. Lurky Lurk, gonna get a cup of tea, ready for the showcase. Nice. Resident Evil, I see. I was thinking about Metal Gear Solid. So I have played 3 remake. I had no interest. I thought I did not care for it at all. 4 remake is my favorite of all of them. Sorry, when I was talking about my friend Hector playing 3 remake, I meant Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. So sorry for the confusion. Pity it wasn't the steroids, but definitely better than nothing. Agreed. I think we found at least 3 steroids during our playthrough as well. 2 were treasures, doing the little treasure hunt. I think 1 I think we might have got from spending coins. So I think we've had 3 steroids already. Not that I feel particularly strong, but we do have them. Right, let me see if we've got a time. Right, Capcom's. I'm on Capcom's YouTube page. There's still nothing. If anybody is getting like a timer or a countdown for Capcom's page, let me know and I'll jump over to that one. They might be excuse me. They might not be planning a timer. I like it when we're doing these showcases and they've got like a 15-minute timer so we know we're in the right place. But so far the Capcom one is just nothing. There's nothing at all. So if anybody wants to advise or check on the internet, let me know. We won't miss it. That I guarantee. It's okay. My brain is being a bit slow. I'm tired from shooting. No worries, Charlie. You lurk. Go get yourself some tea and lurk, okay? Anyway, we'll probably call Resident Evil 7 there. We're not going to end stream. But I've written down those 2 things. We found a coin. And we know how to get some stabilizers, which is good. Something. It's something. We've got to find everything we can possibly find for this Jack fight. Capcom, baby, please. Give me something, Capcom. Give me something. I think it does start in 5 minutes, so maybe Darth can help us. Darth, if you see it go live, you let me know, okay? We'll make sure to jump over there. Yeah, 10 p.m. UK time. Yep. But where? Where? Yeah. We're in the right place. We're in the right place. We just got to wait for something to happen now. Boop. Go. To be honest, steroids don't actually make you feel anything immediately. It's more of a difference you notice later, at least in my experience. When I was on steroids after my leukemia, my cheeks were out here. I remember having these fucking like massive steroid cheeks. Seems to be something. Yeah, the one I can see says it's from 7 months ago. If we're looking at the same thing, I'm on that, and I'm on the Capcom trailer. Yeah, there's a teaser trailer. Oh, here we go. Yes, you're right. You're right. It was tucked down. It wasn't at the top. It was tucked down a little bit. Right. I think we're good to go now. Let's see if we can get this here. I'm hoping. Oh, 1 second. I know why that's not working. It's in 2 minutes. Boom, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. Just in time. It's going to be 12 minutes long. So not too long, but it's new gameplay, maybe some new information. And I think once we watch this, we'll probably call it a stream. Thank you again to everybody that watched the autism panel. I had a great time. I'm very inspired to do many more of these and think of other ways in which we can just do health related things in the stream. Never going to stop gaming. The Platinum Lounge is becoming the lounge. There will always be gaming. I'd say at least 3 days, 4 days a week. But yeah, I want to lean more into the chronic stuff. So we need to think about how we can do that. But thank you again to Anomalina, to Heather, to LPS, to Zaya. You're all amazing. You were all amazing. Thank you to all the people that put in questions as well. If you missed it, you fancy watching it, the VOD will live forever on YouTube. And the VOD will live for like a month or 2 months. I forget how long on Twitch. So yeah, I had a great time. I'm very inspired actually to do more of these. Okay, once it begins, immediately guys, tell me what you think of the volume. Yeah, in your dreams. In your dreams. Yeah, immediately when it kicks off, tell me about the volume. Tell me what you think about the volume, and we'll figure it out. Oh, am I? Let me just check if I've got it muted or not. I suppose it won't tell me yet, will it? No. Premiere will begin shortly. When I first started on testosterone, the doctor told me that the stuff I was on was the kind that athletes abuse. Really? So, yeah, you never know. We might see you in the next Olympics, potentially. It's a nice little side effect. Notice it's called Requiem. Finally putting my Latin to use by saying that it means sleep. I finally feel smart. So, yeah, Biohazard, then Village, then Requiem. It's taking its sweet time. It is 10 o'clock. There we go. Oh, I tell you what I'll do. Let me turn that the fuck down because it seems loud. How does that sound there, chat? Is that good for you? Let me know. I will accommodate you. Will this music? Good now? Will this music get me absolutely fucked by the MCA? Tune in to find out. While this is beginning, I may as well tell you, tomorrow, 2 hours of Power Wash, 2 hours of Game Duel, where we're going for number 1000 in Game Duel. Please tune in for that. And then 2 hours of Jackbox. That is what is on the menu tomorrow. I willed it into existence. I keep thinking it's going to end and it just keeps going. Just keeps on going. It's going to be 11 minutes of this and then 1 minute of gameplay. Can you imagine this was now an hour timer for when it actually started? A clock is about to appear. Have this big theatre conference this weekend. I understand, Miz. I really do. I'm very sad, but it is what it is. IRL comes first, always. John Gamedor will be there, so you better believe there'll be loads of clips of it. Here we go, everybody. Strap in, strap on, whatever feels appropriate. Here we go. Leon Kennedy.
this showcase, we'll go over the latest information on Resident Evil Requiem, which will release next
Leon.
month on February 27th.
February 27th. We're going to be
Let's take a
playing it
look
here.
at some
If you want to
of the
see it
gameplay.
played, going to be playing it here.
はい、出ないとは言ってないですね。いや、言ってないです。まあ実際あの時も話しましたけど、レオンで
If I
バチ
turn
バチ
off
の
the
ホラーのステー
subs,
ジをテストしてみたんですけど、
you might be able to read
やっ
what
ぱり
is
こ
being
んなの
said.
あんま見たくなくないっていう意見が大半だったっていうのは事実としてありますね。今回グレイスとレオンで全然違うゲームに
Question for chat: Who's your favorite Resi protagonist?
この RE2 ですとかバイオ7もそうですね、ホラーに特化したゲーム体験になってまして、レオンの方はというとバイオ4に代表されるような
Yeah,
緊張感はすごい高いんですけども、
I'm looking
そこま
forward
で
to playing Leon's section more,
特化
but
してない
it is what it is.
アクションも楽しめるサバイバルホラー、レオンにふさわしい体験が作れてるんじゃないかなとは思ってて、グレースのホラーとそのレオンのアクション2つこう並べて遊ぶことで、今までのバイオハザードではないすごく感情の入れ幅が大きいゲームになってます。バイオハザードって緊張と弛緩のその差っていうのが一つ面白さだと思ってるんですけども、すごく緊張して静かなペースで進むグレースのゲームプレイと、もう発散してダイナミックに激しいアクションをする、そういうカタルシスのあるレオン、オーケーベースの緊張と弛緩っていう役割としてパートを最適に配置する、こういう意図で構成してますね。
Miz, I think it's a really good idea. A really good idea.
レオンとグレース2人とも主人公なんですけども、ストーリーとしては基本的には一つ、ストーリーの中でプレイヤーキャラがグレースになるパートがあって、またレオンがプレイするパートがあると、そういう構成になってます。
Akami and Hadros both say Chris Redfield. Very nice. I'll tell you one thing. You don't get many Chris Redfield likers, dare I say lovers, in this community. A lot of people have a problem with Chris, so good for both of you.
彼はたくさんの悲劇を見てきた。おそらく彼
My girl Jill, very nice.
過去一追い詰められることになると思うんで、その辺も注目してほしいなと思います。
Hey Charlie, don't worry, I got it. Yeah, I definitely got it. Leon! Leon!
生前のその人の特徴っていうのを引き継いでいるゾンビがいます。
Oh, okay.
例えば
There's a zombie talking there. That's
掃除係の
intriguing.
人がいるんですけども、その人はゾンビになってもひたすらこう屋敷をきれいにしようとね。
They continue to clean, even though they're a zombie.
いろんなこう生前の行動に執着するゾンビがいて、ゲームでは彼らの行動を観察して、うまくかわすのに利用したり倒すのに使うと、こういったことができるようになってます。
Two styles of gameplay. Oh, dude with a chainsaw. It wouldn't be Leon without a guy with a chainsaw.
プレイは圧倒的な緊張感のある戦闘、RE4 から進化したサバイバルアクションになっています。
Nice.
トマホークという斧を装備しており、
I think that's a
それ
hatchet.
によるパリができます。
A hatchet, that's badass. Oh, we have to sharpen it. Well,
シューティングっていうのが中心になってくるので、さらに洗練されたガンプレイっていうところにも力を入れてますね。また V を狙って、
you can target specific parts of enemies.
それから敵が持っていた武器を奪って利用する。
Hadros, I like that a lot. I like that a
こ
lot.
の敵を
Welcome in Raiders.
どうやって
How are we doing today?
こういった戦略を立てるのが
Welcome in
面白い
Raiders.
であり、それがうまくいった時にさらにこう語る。
We're watching the Resident Evil 9 showcase. I hope you're all having a fine, fine day. Thank you for thinking of me.
グレースのゲーム
Sea
で
Bear,
は
welcome in.
生産
How are you,
空間
friend?
の中を投資弾薬
Janosti,
その中を
welcome in.
もう恐る恐る考えながら
I'm doing very well, thank you. Doing very well indeed. I hope you're doing well. If any raiders need to raid and run, these stream take meds, hydrate, please do. Self-care is very
なの
important.
で、レクイエムではそのためのさまざまな手段を用意しています。それほど重火器いっぱい出てくるわけではないんですけども、一つこう象徴的な
Janosti, welcome in.
レクイエムという
Forgive me, I don't want to talk too much through this showcase, but we're live reacting. This is happening live. to Resident Evil 9 Showcase. I will greet all of you properly in 1 second. I just don't want to talk over this, but thank you so much for thinking of me. And Seabear, thank you for the follow. Crafting requires blood. Ooh.
そういう意味でより RS スタイルのゲームを深めるような工夫っていうのは各所に入れてますね。
Interesting.
That's too effective.
Shut up and take my money, Miz. Me and you both,
Have
brother.
also been added to this title. Players can switch between 2 camera perspectives,
Really?
and these can be changed at any time. during the game.
Amazing. I've been asking for this for so
Also
long.
available.
I've been asking for this for so long.
Casual mode, and
I
use
prefer
aim assist
third.
to take
Others
down
prefer
zombies with
first.
more
I am
ease.
so happy.
But if you choose Standard Classic, ink ribbons will be needed to save the game when playing as Grace. This mode is recommended for those who enjoy a tense
Miz.
atmosphere.
100%.
今回、ポルシェさんとコラボレーションさせていただきまして、世界に1台しかない車を作っております。
One of a kind car. Ooh, okay. Leon drives a Porsche.
Resident Evil and Porsche are 2 very iconic brands with so much heritage. It's one of those collaborations you're always dreaming of as a gaming fan working in this environment. Collaborations like this obviously don't spawn out of nowhere. For his adventures, Leon needed a car which represents his style, but also delivers when it comes to navigating him through, all of those dangerous moments he experiences in the game. What I really admire about the custom Resident Evil Cayenne Turbo GT is how the team stayed true to its characteristics.
so fucking
while
cool.
Still ensuring it feels authentic in this world. It took a lot of expertise from different departments at Porsche and complex 3D printing to apply those customizations to the real car. It's going to look amazing in the game.
今回もう一つハミルトンさんと
Watchmaker Hamilton
ましてレオンとグレースそれぞれのキャラのイメージをモチーフとした時計をつけてます。
2 fantastic watch models which recreate those worn in the game.
That's cool. I'm not a watch guy, but I know a lot of people are. They look very, very beautiful.
Automatic will be in limited edition, 2,000 pieces each, and will release alongside Resident Evil Requiem on February the
See, if I was going to be a watch guy, it'd be an
27th.
Apple Watch.
Please stay tuned.
Very cool.
In addition to the base game, a deluxe edition featuring bonus content will also be available for purchase. Extra costumes for Grace and Leon,
Oh, damn.
weapon skins, and screen filters will be included in this edition.
Screen filters. That's pretty cool.
Those who
Lady D.
pre-order will
Yes.
receive an apocalypse
Yes.
costume
Big fan
for
of the Lady
Grace.
D outfit.
Along with the platforms shown, the game will also be available on the cloud gaming service GeForce Now. This title is being developed in collaboration with NVIDIA, so a wide range of PC users can enjoy it.
It's such an honor to work on Resident Evil. The iconic series has been thrilling fans around the world for close to 30 years and has continued to raise the bar for innovation and technology with every single release.
Hey,
We've
Joss,
been
it makes me
working
think of a character
closely
from
with
Alan
Capcom
Wake, or is it
on
Alan Wake
Resident
2?
Evil Requiem,
That
helping
kind of
shape the future
untucked
franchise.
business suit look.
Path tracing for realistic graphics, an AI-powered NVIDIA DLSS 4 with multi-frame generation for incredibly fast performance. DLSS also makes Resident Evil Requiem more accessible across a wide range of PCs, extending the nightmare to more gamers. And with GeForce Now, gamers can experience Resident Evil Requiem at launch with the cutting-edge graphics and performance on nearly any device, streaming from powerful GeForce RTX servers in the cloud. I can't wait to unlock the mysteries of Raccoon City once again.
Not only that, 1/6 scale figures of our two protagonists will also be available for purchase. Grace and Leon's
Not super
figures
interested
can be
in
displayed separately or
statues.
together as a set. And if you line them up with previous figures, both figures are scheduled for release this fall. An original design Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller will be released on the
Not
same
interested
day
in
as
that.
the
That's
game.
fine though. I know a lot of people here like their controllers.
And
We don't have
as
too
a
many
series
Switch 2
first,
people in the community, I don't
Amiibo
think.
will also be available.
An
Please
amiibo.
look forward to
Well,
more information.
they are trying to
On
cater to
Resident Evil
absolutely
Requiem
everybody right now.
launch day, the gold editions of both Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, including all downloadable content, will be released on the Nintendo Switch 2.
Nefarious
We'll also be
means.
celebrating 30 years of the series with special concerts. Relive the series' greatest moments.
Maybe I
with
need to get an Ashley
breathtaking
statue.
orchestral performances. The first ticket lottery is open right now to
A
Resident
Symphony
Evil
of
ambassadors.
Legacy. That's pretty cool.
Concerts are planned for not just Japan, but North America and Europe.
Nice.
More information on these will be released.
Okay,
later.
that might kind of be it. Unless they're gonna. Oh no, they're jumping back in. Okay.
これもねまだお伝えしてるんですけど、
There's something we haven't revealed yet.
そことも関わってくる要素だったり、グレースの
Okay.
お母さんアリスタが殺された、そこにも関わる非
The
常に
murder of Grace's
重要
mother.
なものになっているので、この辺のねその謎をプレイしてぜひ解き明かしていってもらえれば
We
な
have
と
to
思い
unravel
ま
the
す。
mystery of Grace's
まだ
mother's
ま
murder.
だまだ言いたいこと本当にキリがないんで、発売まで引き続き注目していただければと思います。
You got it, buddy. You got it. All right, are we there?
Why did you kidnap me?
Oh, a little bit of a trailer to finish it off. But yeah, guys, what do you think about that? Genosti and Raiders, sorry, I did not want to talk the whole way through the presentation. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. If you'd like to tell us anything about you, we'd love to hear. I'm currently doing a Resident Evil 7 Madhouse run. So we're, I think, at like the final boss. We're not going to be playing any more today. But yeah, I think we're like at the final boss. And yeah, it's tough. It's tough. But yeah, I really do appreciate you thinking of me. If any raiders still here, need to raid and run, stream, take meds, hydrate, please do. Self-care is very important. Let me get rid of that. Boop. There we go. But yeah, I really do appreciate you thinking of me. I think everybody here is convinced. Genosti, hello. I just finished the mother boss fight. Crazy game so far. Genosti, am I saying that right, first and foremost? I will tell you what I tell all raiders, particularly first-time raiders. If you'd like to type a paragraph out about yourself, to tell us about you, where you're from, what kind of games you like to play, who you are as a streamer, you're very welcome to do that. And also tell you, every raid we ever get goes into the end-of-month prize draw giveaway, where you could win one of two 25 currency gift cards for PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, Steam, or Amazon. So thank you for thinking of me. I'm assuming you picked me at random, and that really does mean a lot to me. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We are a community of people with chronic health issues, chronic pain, chronic illness, chronic fatigue. And yeah, we like to talk about health things as well. The first 3 hours of today's stream, if you go back to the VOD, was an autism panel where 4 members of the community talked very amazingly for 3 hours about autism. We asked them questions, and every month we're going to be doing more health-related panels because that is a big part of, like I say, who we are as a community. We're very chronic here, very chronic indeed. So yeah, I really do appreciate the raid. Yeah, have you played many other Resident Evils as well? I've played 2 remake, 3 remake, 4 remake, 5, 7, and 8. And 4 remake is my favorite. 7 and 8 are like my joint second favorites. I really like them. Yeah, I'm trying. I don't want to say anything else. I don't want to like give you spoilers or anything like that. So I'm trying to hold back. But yeah, I'm having a good time going back through 7. We beat it, I think, in like March or something. And so we've come back to it to try and do a Madhouse run. And we're very close to the end. but like, sweet Jesus, this one is my first, but I've seen playthroughs of 2, 3, and 4. Well, I would definitely recommend you playing 8 straight afterwards. But the one I prefer, like my favorite one is 4 remake. So yeah, if you've started with 7, definitely play 8. But then if you fancy trying another one, I would say 4 remake. I think it's really good. I kind of wish I played it as a kid, but I was a scaredy cat as a kid. I didn't play games like this at all. I'm only kind of really discovering them in the last 14 months. The first time I played any Resident Evil game was not this December just gone, but the previous. So I think between that December and that March, we played, like I said, 2 remake, 3 remake, 4 remake, 5, 7, and 8. People tell me wait for like a 1 remake. Don't bother playing it. 6, everybody seems to hate, so I didn't play that one either. But yeah, they were just never on my radar, but might come back around to some of them now. Yeah, I've been I'm a PlayStation lifer. I've got my PS5. I'm playing PS5 right now, and you would have thought, because Resis were all over PS1, PS2, PS3. You would have thought I would have played one of them, but I just was a bit of a scaredy cat as a kid. Never played Silent Hill either, and I recently played Silent Hill 2 Remake, which was my game of the year for 2024. I thought it was fucking brilliant. So yeah, I'm kind of getting more into these games now. But yeah, like I said, if you'd like to, Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'd put it probably on a level with 4 Remake of Resident Evil. I thought it was brilliant. But like I said, if you would like to type a paragraph out about yourself, we can get to know you through it. Every time a first-time raider comes in, I give them the opportunity. If they want to just sell themselves, tell us where they're from, what kind of games I like to stream, anything you want to tell us. Alien Isolation. Yeah, I'll tell you my Alien Isolation story after you tell us about you. I played Resi since it came out, but I only completed the first about 7 or 8 years ago because I kept getting too scared. Yeah, as a kid, I didn't really watch scary movies, didn't watch scary TV shows, didn't play scary games. But yeah, I'm glad I'm finding them now. I only got into Resi because when I lived in the same house as Dizzy, she was playing the original 4 and kept needing help. First, it was every few hours, then it was every hour, then it was every half an hour. Then I was like, I'm just going to sit here and play this for you now. So I played Resi 4 and got into it. That's amazing. Sure, UK guy, started streaming September last year. Play anything really, very nice, short and sweet, to the point, John Osty. I'm from practically as far southeast as you can go before reaching Paris, you know? But I'm from the UK too. You're super welcome here. I will quickly just go over to this just so I can show you the schedule. It's the same every week, 5 days, 6 p.m. We go for about 5.5 hours normally. And that was what this week looked like. Tomorrow we are doing Power Wash Sim 2 for 2 hours, Game Door for 2 hours, then Jackbox for 2 hours. We always do a Friday night triple bill. But yeah, hope to see you again. Hope I can raid you back in the future at some point. There we go. Yeah, I like to always try and get people back in raids if it's possible. But yeah. Please do, Charlie. It was brilliant. We spoke for 3 hours. I mean, I was only like the host. I was, asking our the autistic panelists about their life experiences, giving them your questions as well. But yeah, it was brilliant. 3 hours. It flew by. I mentioned it before, but I find it scary to play but not watch. I used to watch my brother play. He'd hand me the controller for puzzles. Oh, good. That sounds really good, Akami. A nice little team. I like the sound of that. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Right. We'll put that away. Yeah, we've only been going for like 4.5 hours today, but it just feels like a natural place to end, if I'm being honest, after the 3 things we've done today. So let me see if we can find somebody to raid out to. If you guys wouldn't mind grabbing the raid message, I'll take you somewhere nice. I'll take you somewhere real nice. Let's go and find I think we just got to follow. Hey, Janosti, lovely to meet you. Really appreciate the raid. Really appreciate the follow as well. I look forward to getting to know you and your community a lot more. Let's go and see Jay. Let's go and see Jay. Boop. There we go. Jay's playing Elden Ring. I will be raiding and running because I'm starving. Absolutely starving. But yeah, I'm really inspired to do more of these health chats now. I really am. Thank you all for being here. Don't forget tomorrow, 2 hours of Power Wash with Lo-Fi, 2 hours of Game Duel, where we continue to expand upon our world record, and then 2 hours of Jackbox. I will see you tomorrow. Take your meds, hydrate. Yeah, I'll catch you soon.